Really thought that the one on, I believe it was the 27th, was successful, had good engagement, and it was a great way for us and for the community to see our team work together and interact with a way for how we've been approaching work during the pandemic. So from 6:30 until 7:30, William Moore, our partner from St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health, has agreed to once again moderate. William, thank you so much. And staff will be with you again from 6:30 until 7:30. We are working really hard to do real-time translation in multiple languages, including American language, to make sure that the questions are answered as quickly as possible. So there will be a way for the public to interact with staff as well. In an ongoing way, as there is information to share, and we feel again the opportunity for us to address questions from the community, we'll be ready to schedule additional events with you in the future, family forums, community forums. So with that, we've got a number of topics to get through tonight, and I know we'll touch on many of the things that I'd share with you here in this update. But again, just want to express my deep gratitude and just thanks to our entire community for prioritizing the youngest students to come back full-time in person, and know that we'll continue to work together in moving forward. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair Vu, and we'll move through tonight's agenda.
Appreciate that, Superintendent Joe Gothard. Next, questions or comments. We'll start with Director Kopp.
Sorry, but Daddy does not want. Thank you. I don't have anything else to add except for the work that's happening to bring kids back. I've had grounds at schools, back with their teachers, and I've talked to a few teachers sharing that it is hard coming back and teaching new routines, but I always think of my own daughter's experience in those early elementary years, is that those staff are really great at teaching routines and getting used to some new things. And I know they're working really hard to adapt, and I am grateful for that and for the smiling faces that we're seeing. All of that is the result of people working really hard. And I'm grateful for that and for the team that stands behind them at the district level and community partners as well who show up. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kopp. Director Marchese.
Yes, I just echo my the staff, the staff at the buildings, the staff at the central office, and the classrooms that are doing this. I know our families, many of them are really excited, and our students have been excited, and we got the emails and we could see the pictures, and this has been a long time coming, and I know that the district is working incredibly hard to also continue to keep the protocols that keep these buildings safe in mind, and to keep that in the forefront as well. And I also recognize that for many families, the risk calculation for them was to continue with their child in virtual learning. And as I've said in other circumstances, our job is to provide our families with the option to an environment for their student and their families. And I'm pleased to see after these many months that we're doing that. So thank you to everyone who's making this work. Thank you to our teachers who are doing this, our paraprofessionals who are in the buildings, and building staff. I know it isn't easy, and I know you care about our kids and want the best for them, and we echo that. So,
thank you, Director Marchese. Director Ellis.
I would just offer my thanks to our staff, and especially because this first week we've transitioned, or the last week we transitioned back into schools, but that also meant that meal delivery stopped for our families. And so there are been doing things for 11 months. And so there's no meal delivery, but we also have our nutrition service staff back in buildings as well too. It is a very different thing to see school buses on the road again. It's been really good to hear and see kids on the playgrounds and in community. And while all of those things are good, and I appreciate that, and that is positive, I don't want to dismiss that there's still a long road ahead, and we should be concerned and careful and thoughtful about everything we're doing going forward. And so I want to continue to echo that. Like, this is not trying to do anything at the expense of anyone. This is trying to do what's best for students in our district. And that means that we care and are thoughtful about the health and well-being of the people who are educating in classrooms and in our buildings with them. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Ellis. Chair Foster?
Good evening. I echo my colleagues and just a heartfelt thank you to the team. And that's our teachers and staff and paraprofessionals in classrooms working with our students, and also to our parents who, are being gracious, knowing they can't come into buildings and things like that. To our community, to know that we are receiving the emails and messages about what's the successes as well as the challenges. And I just say we knew there were going to be some challenges. We continue to take in those concerns and work with the team. I would ask folks, there's been several that I've received and I questioned, have you talked to the folks in the building? Because as a board, we have to go back to the buildings as well to find that out. While we'll gladly take those and field them, I would ask community if there's something in their schools, their direct schools they have concerns with, to check in with your school buildings and let us know how that's being received as we move forward working with the challenges. What I've seen this past week is just a very collaborative process, working with staff, working with leadership, working with our families and our kids, getting into buildings and spaces. And now as we start establishing rituals and routines, to note that the care and welfare of each and every one of you, from children to staff, is really central. We've made some hard and tough decisions, thinking about putting kids first, but knowing that we are working per protocols to make sure that everyone is safe and getting their needs met. So continue to reach out to us, check in with us. It is very helpful. In gratitude to you all.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Director Broderick?
I have nothing to add to what my colleagues have said, other than an expression of extreme gratitude to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Director Broderick. Seat Member Mulrooney.
Likewise, I have nothing to add besides just expressing how glad I am that we're able to finally get back to some sense of normality. Even if it's a slow process, it's a process that we can do well, and I think y'all have been doing pretty well with it. So thank you to the superintendent and the district, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Seat Member Mulrooney. Again, I don't have any more to say than what board members have already said. Appreciate everybody in the buildings who need to show up and be there for our students, making this happen. They're the ones who really allow us this opportunity to go back into the buildings. And this really just demonstrates, I think Director Ellis mentioned that this doesn't just happen. It takes time, it takes planning. It takes a lot of moving parts going in one direction to really make this happen. And that's falls on Joe Gothard's leadership, administration, making sure that our teachers, staff, everybody in buildings have what they need to be successful. One question I do have is there an official mode for students, parents, or staff to provide feedback as we move forward with both in-person and virtual? I know that we're going to do more family forums going forward. Is there a way that, and not everybody can attend those family forums, but is there a way to have something on the district website that our parents and staff, students can log into and fill out and maybe send us a question that's separate from the COVID-19 report system or the Board of Education email?
Vice Chair Vu, I'll have to review with our team in terms of the many ways we've attempted to gather feedback. You're correct. It isn't a one size fits all. So we've tried to be very adaptive in terms of meeting the needs of our community, meeting our community where they're at. You know, we did surveys back in the fall for readiness. So I can talk with Dr. Achea and REA to see what kind of follow-up ideas and thoughts that she and her team have in terms of formal data gathering. In terms of a button or a place for separate feedback, I have found that email has been quite busy, and don't know if there's another method or not that would be outside of that, but I can certainly ask communications to review and to at least provide you all the many ways that feedback is gathered.
Appreciate that, Superintendent Gothard. Again, closing remarks goes back to you.
Excellent. Nope. Thank you. Board members, appreciate all of your support and encouragement to keep moving us forward.
Next, we'll move on to the SEEB report, and I'll turn it over to SEEB member Mulrooney.
Thank you, Director Vu, board members. Over the past month, one of the most important things that SEEB has been working on has been revising our manual and just defining more carefully the relationships that SEEB holds between SEEB and the board and the facilitator and, well, the district and everyone else we interact with. And as we're moving into February and getting closer to the second half of this year, we're starting to take a step back from that because we feel that that framework is in a pretty good place. And we're moving on to some other more pressing concerns, such as recruitment for next year. But through all this, we're continuing our work of engaging with the community and various groups in that area, such as we have done in the past weeks with meeting with Know Your Rights training and with the ethnic studies group for the district. And that work is also going to be continuing in the next few weeks. With the Know Your Rights training, we're organizing a training so that students from across SPPS can get some training on how to safely and effectively interact with police officers in any situation. And then we are also planning on having continued meetings with members of the district-wide ethnic studies team so that SEEB can continue to be involved and the ethnic studies can continue to receive some student voice and make sure that they can stay grounded and know what students think about their policies. And then finally, as we move into the second half of the school year, we are beginning to kick up our planning for recruitment for next year into another gear. We're producing a recruitment video, developing the application, and planning to update the website in the next few weeks so that we can get the recruitment for SEEB members for next year really started, especially given that since all SEEB members are seniors, we'll need a slightly accelerated timetable in order to onboard the new SEEB members effectively. Yeah, that's all I have, and I'll turn it back over to Vice Chair Vu. Thank you.
Vice Chair, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you for that report, SEEB member Mulrooney. I'll open up to board members for questions or comments, starting with Director Kopp.
Thank you, SEEB member Mulrooney, for the update, and thanks for the outreach last week via email to share the good work and the progress that's happening with SEEB. And I would just say, as a member of the board, like if there's any support that you all need from us to amplify, to add to engage with this work further, I think we're all really proud of the work you all do and want to see it continue and move forward. And so if there's things we can do to just please reach out and be in touch and let us know what we can do. I'm particularly impressed with your movement on the Know Your Rights training. I think I've participated in those before and have found them to be really effective. And I think that's a really wonderful use of your time and your leadership skills. And so best of luck with all of that.
Thank you, Director Kopp. Director Marchese.
Yeah, thank you for the report, and I'm supportive of all the work that SEEB is doing, and I'm glad to see that the work is being done to increase, to address the updates to the manual the active work that you're doing on Know Your Rights, as Director Kopp mentioned. I know that this has been a time of transition, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this emerges on the other side. So thank you for the continued work.
Thank you, Director Marchese. Director Ellis.
It's hard to believe that all of the SEEP members are seniors. Like, when did that happen? Wow. I have to process that, because that means that every member of SEEP coming into it will be brand new, and there won't be students that are continuing on for next year. So I think that's I don't think I knew that all of those SEEP members were seniors. I don't think that I realized that. I appreciate the work that has been done through SEEP for this year. It has not been what we imagined it to be. And then they still continue to figure out ways to engage and support one another and each other in community. So I'm wishing them well for the remainder of the year, and eager to see what happens in the recruitment video and other parts of this process going forward for the next, I don't want to say generation, but for the next iteration of SEEP.
Thank you, Director Ellis. Chair Foster.
Thank you, SEEP Member Maroney. I just a sincere gratitude and thanks for all you guys are doing. Again, I think about our student youth, young scholar leadership that we have in this district. And when we give students a platform to do great work, that's exactly what they do, great work. So it's no doubt to me that you guys continue to persevere and push through the challenges just like every other part of this district. So thank you all for your continued investment in work. What I would also, as we are now getting up and moving around a little bit as we understand more about protocols and being safe, I would just say that board members would love to be able to be invited, whether it's Zoom or you guys are doing some social distancing in person, to get in and reach out and touch and see the work, or be a voice, to be able to answer questions for you all. I offer myself up. I know there is a couple other members on the committee, but as we are moving forward, let's move forward with that contact with the board as well. Thank you all for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Director Broderick.
I have no comments.
All right, then myself, thank you, SEEP Member Mulroney, for that report. And I'm encouraged to hear that the work continues to move forward. And I'm also encouraged to hear that you're thinking about what happens when you're not here anymore. That's always a challenge, to continue the work, doing what we need to do right now, but also thinking about what happens down the road. And I'm going to do the same as the other board members. I'll offer myself to help in any way that I can. Just feel free to reach out to me. Superintendent Gothard, would you like to provide any closing remarks?
Sure. Thank you, SEEP Member Mulroney. Really great report tonight. Thank you for stepping in for SEEP Member Ali. And again, just continue to reach out to all of us. We're here to help and to guide, and most importantly, to hear what your perspectives are too, in terms of how we put forth our best efforts on behalf of all the students and staff and St. Paul community. So thank you.
So next on the agenda is the SPP on-site update, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Wonderful. This is going to be very short on my part. I'm really happy to have Chief Watkins in a minute introduce some guests we brought forward tonight, so that they can share with you some of the firsthand experience about what the transition and what the work has meant. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Watkins.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard. Vice Chair Vu, members of the board, SEEP Member Mulroney. We're here to give a update on the SPPS on site. Today's update is going to center around the elementary pre-K and specified specialized services that launched last week. We have a team here that's going to share a little bit with you. Assistant Superintendent Collins will be the one that will be starting us off. He is, for lack of a better way to describe it, our project manager off of our elementary launch. So he will kick us off with some background information. And then we'll have 5 of our site leaders share with you a little bit of their first week experiences, some celebrations, and maybe a challenge or two that they encountered and how they resolved that challenge this week. And as always, we will have a parking lot. We have just this one presentation, and so we'll have a parking lot at the end where we'll create space for any questions that you may have regarding this presentation. With that said, I will pass it over to Assistant Superintendent Collins.
Thank you, Chief Watkins. Sarah, could you please bring up the slide deck? Thank you, Sarah. You can stop right there for a moment. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief Watkins. Vice Chair Vu, Superintendent Gothard, board directors and SEED member Mulrooney. It's been an exciting 7 days with the return of students to in-person learning that started last Monday. It's my pleasure to provide you with a brief update this evening and for you to hear some of the voices from the sites, from our leaders that have really done an amazing job preparing their buildings for a return to in-person. Next slide, please. So as you remember what I shared in January with you in terms of an update as we were preparing for the return of our students, of our youngest students on February 1st, also wanting to provide you with a bit of an overview. And again, just reminding you what students actually returned. So again, primarily we were talking about our pre-K through grade 2 students. There were some 3rd grade students that did return on the 1st as they were rostered in multi-age classrooms. We had some of our ECSE programs and students return, and some of our specialty programs, care and treatment, and some of those programs that are directly adjacent to our central administrative building at Bridgeview and also Focus Beyond. But more exciting is as we kind of end the 7th day today of in-person learning, we're preparing for next Tuesday. And next Tuesday is when we'll be welcoming back the remaining 3rd through 5th grade students into our buildings. Next slide, please. So again, kind of give you a context. I know there was a data summary that Executive Director Greya Chayas shared with you in the board book, but again, kind of giving you a context and a scope in terms of a brief summary. When we're thinking about kind of total sections of what we're preparing for, it's a little over 700 sections and almost 16,000 students in that context of what we're preparing for. When we think about in-person, again, we have to understand that the in-person is the opportunity that parents could choose, and there are also parents that could opt into the virtual learning school. And so again, wanting to give you just a brief breakdown where we're looking at, again, the majority of our students are returning at about almost 9,500 students. But we did have a large number of parents that did request that online, that virtual option for their child and for their family. Again, there's a breakdown of sections when you think about that, and also wanted to share some data with you in regards to one of the questions that was asked in the January meeting was just understanding when we think about multi-age classrooms, what that looked like. So again, wanting to share with you just what that percentage looks like across our system. So we do see a larger percentage of multi-age classrooms in the virtual learning school. But again, that's just in the context of what our priorities are. And our priorities were about keeping kids as best as we can attached to their original school, and knowing that to make that work, in some cases we had to compress some grades together and work with our staff on supporting all students and their learning. So that's just a brief data summary, and now more importantly is we can hear some voices and perspectives from the sites. Sarah, if you could go to the next slide. And you're gonna hear from 5 different folks, and it's now my pleasure to introduce Nancy Paez, who is the proud principal of Riverview Westside School of Excellence. Nancy, take it away.
Thank you, everyone. And first of all, thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to be here today and share some of our experiences from last week. And let me begin by saying that I could not have asked for a better first day of reopening and a better first week. It really blew me away Our students, our youngest students, were excited to be there. They showed up, they were ready. They had all their things that we asked, for parents to bring: their water bottle, their iPad, their masks, their backpacks, all of those pieces. And and it felt really familiar. Most of the students, we tried as much as possible to keep our students connected to their teachers that they were with during distance learning. And so many of the routines that the teachers were using were very familiar to our students. And so it was just such joy to see children again in the building and to see how excited they were to hop on their little 3 feet floor stickers, keep their masks on. It didn't faze them one bit at all. And I really owe that to our staff and our teachers. As you may know, our teachers were with mixed emotions returning back in person. Some teachers were ready and excited and they could not wait. And other teachers were a little nervous. But through it all, they had a positive attitude. They had a mindset of, we're going to do this and we're going to do it together. They set up their classrooms. They helped one another set up their classroom spaces. They brainstormed different ways to teach those new routines and created videos and fun and engaging lessons to create those safety protocols. And the classrooms were ready, not only through our COVID checklist, but also through our traditional beginning of the year pieces that we start with. Everything was ready to go when we did our walkthrough before school started. And so I can't thank our staff and teachers enough for all of that hard work and the hours that everyone put in to make that first day and that first week really successful. And I think our last piece is our kudos to all of our district staff and departments that helped to prepare me and other principals to create our building plans. We spent a long time putting together our plans, and it really paid off. Our school nutritional staff, our head engineer, our school custodial staff also played a huge role, and I can't thank them enough. They have really been partners with me throughout the entire planning process, and we were able to implement and execute our plans really effectively. And one of our challenges is getting used to the new routine and expectations around students and staff working from home and working remotely when they're not able to work on site or attend school in person. So we actually experienced both of these scenarios last week, where we had a staff member who needed to work off-site, work remotely from home for one day, and then a few students also that needed to work from home. And so what we found was not only we needed to get into the habit of some of those technical pieces of making sure iPads are going home, iPads are coming back each day, but really we needed a stronger communication plan with our families and with our teachers and between them both. And so what we did to help with that is I developed a little bit clearer language for families so that they know what to expect when students are working from home. And teachers have also shifted and made sure that there are learning activities that are clear and available to students through Seesaw and Schoology every single day. And they are communicating with students the expectation that when they are home and able to participate virtually, that the students know exactly where to find their work. And so the piece around the teacher working from home was also a huge learning experience. It was an unexpected situation, and we did have a guest teacher available, but our classroom teacher was able to present from home on a Google Meet for almost the entire day. And it was really amazing to see, again, the students and how quick they adapt to these type of situations. But they were excited for maybe 5-10 seconds, but then they went right to work. They followed their teacher's lesson through that large screen projector that we have in the classrooms. They participated in their independent work with the teacher monitoring from home, as well as the guest teacher monitoring with that direct support in the classroom. And a few takeaways from that for us is we're writing up some learnings that we had from that day and sharing with the entire staff. And then also asking every teacher to practice doing some of that remote teaching, even when they are in the building, so that we're able to execute those plans right away if needed for those unexpected absences. And so I know that there will continue to be further challenges with students and staff having to work remotely, but we're really committed to avoiding any unnecessary disruptions to learning. And I'm confident that we will be able to implement our plans for those efforts. That's what I have for you all to share for now. And with that, I will hand it off to Dr. Lawson.
Thank you very much, Principal Paez, Madam Chair Foster, Vice Chair View, Honorable Directors, SEEB Member Mulroney, Superintendent Gothard, our district administrators, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share. As my predecessor said, it's been a very, very positive energy among staff, students, even families. The building, you know, was in a very, very festive mood that first day of school. You wouldn't believe it. Especially, you know, as students were coming in, they got off the bus. There was one particular student who really caught everybody's attention. As she bolted off that bus, she ran into the building and was running all over, was extremely happy. You'd think that she was actually, you know, in a candy store. And it's just the excitement that staff brought to that day that trickled down to students. And that's the student in the photo, you know, on a slide there. I followed that student. She picked up her lunch, her breakfast. And then when she went to the classroom, she was excited to see the teacher in person. She said, "Oh, I saw you on TV." And then she sat down and then she gave us that peace sign that you see. So that's why I actually chose that photo because it's extremely symbolic. It shows the excitement and the readiness that a lot of us, you know, and the mindset actually that we came into the in-person learning with. And another thing is that, you know, we have a very well coordinated, the week before was very productive. Teachers had the time to reflect, not only on the practice, but also on the preparedness to see the students back, students that they have not seen since the beginning of the school year. And because of that, we practiced, we had time, and the day of, there was absolutely no hitches. I couldn't believe it. I had to pinch myself to say, and others too were like, wow, we can't believe, you know, the day went by so well. And the week, and this is the second day of the second week, and we're seeing the same successes. We didn't have any lost students, yay. That has always been something that happened, either getting on the wrong bus or a student couldn't be found, couldn't be picked up. That didn't happen this time around. And I'm really, really very happy because of the preparation that we had as a district and also as a building. Well, with regards to challenges though, we do have a little bit challenges with some of the messaging that we put out, especially with regards to those questions that we're supposed to be asking. As you all know, the corona pandemic has been very challenging for us as educators. It is no different for our families. So when we sent them the COVID-19 guidelines and asked them to take time every morning and do those daily health screening before sending their kids to school, we realized that those questions did not align with some of our families' beliefs or expectations. Some of our families wondered why we should be asking them to do these things or be asking those questions before sending their students to school, because they're entrusting their children to us and with the understanding that we'll take care of everything. And as an immigrant myself, I really understand, you know, where they're coming from, because they trust the schools to take care of any issues, especially with regards to safety for their students. And because of that, we had to think fast as a building and find ways to really reconcile so that our families do not feel the burden, the additional burden of what we're asking them to do. So based on this reaction and realization, we asked families first, okay, what are they comfortable doing from home? And how could they work with us so that we ensure their child's safety. And then we came to a very good compromise. Compromise is actually a shared responsibility. An example of one of the compromises that we did was parents would ask, will feel the kids, usually the forehead, or just do some kind of check that is not as formal as we're asking them to do. And then if they think that the child may have temperature, then they will inform us before the child gets to school. And then when the child gets to school, we will check the child's temperature. And if it is elevated to over 100, of course, we'll isolate and then call families to pick the child up. So far, so good. That hasn't happened. And that is really a very good way for us to really make sure that we are addressing the diverse needs of our families. As you know, one brush does not paint every family. We may have guidelines, but at the same time, we listen to them and we're adaptive. Another accommodation that we made was based on the realization that some of the translated materials that we sent home, were not helping. So we engaged the services of our bilingual EAs to assist our families whenever possible to explain any written materials that we sent home or they received from our district. And that has helped because sometimes when they read something, they need follow-up, they need to ask questions, they need somebody to really break it down in so many factions so that they can understand what the message is saying. Our families are very curious, they want to help, and they want to make sure that they are not getting the wrong message in order for them to participate as parents. So the talking points that the district also gave us was very, very helpful. We found them to be very appropriate. The way that the messaging was crafted was sensitive and conscientious. And that also helped to alleviate whatever anxiety that our families felt. So as I said, this customized service, if you will, and modified shared responsibility looks to us right now like a win-win situation. More importantly, it has helped both the school and the families to feel connected and provide the utmost support for our students. So that's how we have actually dealt with the little challenge that we have identified. And I really appreciate the preparation again that we had, as a school, as a district, in order to accommodate our families' needs. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, thank you, Dr. Lawson. With that, I would, Sarah, if you could move to the next slide. I would like to introduce Principal Niceta Thomas, proud principal of Barack and Michelle Obama Elementary School. Niceta.
Good evening. I am Niceta Thomas, the proud principal of Barack and Michelle Obama Elementary. Something that I like to highlight about what we like to celebrate here at Barack and Michelle Obama is that we showed up as a united staff that was ready for student learning. And I say that because in the midst of a pandemic, everyone, finding out that we would be returning back to school came with mixed emotions. But one thing that we understood was that we were here for our students. And so that the most important part of this transition would be that our students came back and that we were ready to embrace them and get them back to learning into an environment that they were so used to. So the day that our students showed up, it was like everyone showed up and our kids came in and they were excited. And even though we couldn't see their smiles, we saw it in their eyes. And that's, I equate that to coming home. I remember the first time I came back home from college and I ran into my mother's arms. And while I wanted to hug all my little babies and couldn't, our students were able to say, can you give me an air high five? Can you give me an elbow bump? Because that's what their parents had taught them. And so that was a feeling that we got in our hearts. And it was just a joyous day. And, I told Assistant Superintendent Collins that it was the best day ever. And it was, because it was one of the best openings that I have ever experienced as an educator in this district. And this is my third year as a principal, and it's the best opening I've had since being a principal in this district. The challenges and resolutions that we face, and they weren't challenges within the week that we have had, because we've had an excellent week back. Managing expectations of adults and parents, and realizing that there are going to be some high anxieties, and there are going to be situations where we, in our mind, have set scenarios that, well, what if this happens? Well, what if this happens? And so how do we manage that? We sat down as an admin team and as a leadership team, and we went through every scenario in our mind that we felt that could happen, anything that could go wrong, what are we going to do about it? And we were very proactive in every instance. And just to think, what if our students show up without a mask? We'll be at the door handing them out. What if our parents come to the building and want to get in? Well, you know what, Principal Thomas will be there to greet them with empathy. Yes. And I had a couple of those. This is my child's first time in a school. I completely understand. I'm a mother of a 4-year-old as well. I could not walk my child to class, but I will take over your position as mother and walk your child to class. So those simple, putting those simple things into place, making sure that our parents got the communication about masks and iPads, and just not being able to enter the building, but approaching it with empathy and letting them know that your child is going to be safe here, and we will return them to you the same way that we received them. That proactive piece, and just hitting on the expectations of staff and allowing staff, being very collaborative amongst the staff and admin, and allowing them to come up with the proactive resolutions to any situation that they felt that would come up. This, and I can't express it enough, has been one of the best opening weeks that I have had in St. Paul Public Schools. There were times when I doubted that it could go well, but the first day when the first child stepped in that building, I was like, those doubts just went away, and I'm very excited. I thank all those that helped us get it going. I commend my staff for stepping up and stepping in and doing exactly what we needed to do for our youngest scholars. At this time, I would like to present Principal Brink.
Thank you. Good to see you, Nisita, and others. Thank you all for having us here this evening. I'm really excited to echo what some of my colleagues just shared. It's really fun to hear how well things are going elsewhere in the district. As all of you, we can't gather together at 360, and I miss chatting with them and hearing the fun stories. My name is Maura Brink, and I am also the proud principal of Chelsea Heights Elementary. And I first need to honor the families, the parents, the staff, everyone from nutrition services, engineers, teachers, TAs, just everybody has leaned in and been collaborative and positive. The amount of emails I received that week, we had off-school planning from families that were remaining virtual, saying, how can we help? What can we do to support? What do the teachers need? Speaks so loudly about who our St. Paul families are. And so I just want to honor them for that. Personally, welcoming the kindergartners, first and second graders into the building last Monday was a reminder to me of why I choose to work in education. Seeing the smiles, because you can see smiles even when they have the masks on, but seeing those smiles, hearing the laughter, listening to the stories, this is why we do what we do. And it just has not been the same for me and many staff that I work with doing this over a computer. So that joy and positivity has been present in 7 days. I also think about what makes elementary school days special are those little things that happen, those little teachable moments. Someone shares something during morning meeting, and then the teacher makes a connection during reader's workshop later in the day. And it brings that learning alive. It gives some relevance to kids. Kids make connections with each other, and I'm hearing and seeing that every day. And it's kind of hard to believe it's only been 7 days. So this afternoon, I walked into one of the kindergarten rooms and a student gave me this, and I thought I needed to bring this as an example. She ran right up, like kindergartners do, as someone comes in the room and they need to grab something little to hand you. And she said, I couldn't share the red marker with Ruby, so Ruby colored it and I cut it out. And now here you go. And of course I love it, right? Their names are on the back, so sweet. I love it. But it also is a symbol to me of the kids are the creative ones. they are going to find out ways to collaborate and work together, even when we put new rules and restrictions on them. So they might not be sharing the red marker or crayon in the same way they did, but they're still working together and building off each other's ideas. And I just think that's beautiful. And it's why I love kindergarten. So if you ever want more kindergarten stories, call me. I could talk about this all day. But at the end of the day, I asked both kindergarten teachers, how was your day? Because they both came out to buses with huge smiles and said, when they said great, I said, why? Tell me why. What makes it great? And one said, the amount of learning that's happening throughout a day. I just can't believe that in February, how much reading and talking and writing and speaking is going on throughout the day. And it's just so fun to see rather than see the picture of it and then ask more follow-up questions and give better academic feedback and growth-minded questions to kids in that moment. The second teacher shared that she just is so impressed with, again, 7 days that they know the routines. We've given a lot of new expectations on our youngest learners, and they're doing it. They're doing all these things that people said, oh, this is going to be really hard, and yet they are still making it work. And so today I'm really celebrating kindergarten. Now, with that, with young children, we know that developmentally, social distancing for 5-year-olds, that's tough. I mean, I walk into the kindergarten room and someone runs right up to me. So when social distancing is not always possible, we know that then we need to rely on some other safety measures. We know that we have masks on, we have shields on. It's not always easy to hear a staff member. And while staff may have a microphone or a way to amplify their voice, our children do not, and they can be really hard to hear. I myself, and I've seen many others, lean in really close to children because it's in our nature. This is what we do as educators. And so it's a few things. It's retraining ourselves to not always do that. And then when we do that, to go immediately to washing hands and to reteaching the expectations, just like we would in any other school year. We're teaching, we're reteaching, we're going through the why. Today we talked a lot about what does it look like to wear a mask appropriately and why do we do this? And we have little nonverbals of how to fix your mask so it is over your nose. And that's going to be ongoing throughout the year. So I'm not really sure that's a resolution as it is more of something that we're constantly mindful of. And I'm seeing staff respond to it really positively. I also it's not on my slide, but I want to throw it out there. A huge shout out to our specialists who are on carts right now. And the team has been flexible and positive, and they are making it work while knowing that this is really hard. And so I know this is happening in other buildings too. So I just want to say thank you to all of them for following the expectations, even though we wish that we will be back in the specialist classrooms at some point this year. So with all of that, thank you to each of you for what you do for St. Paul and how you support all of us at the buildings. And I really look forward to the day when I can see you all at 360 or come visit us at Chelsea. And I'm going to pass it to Brenda Natala.
Hi, thank you, Principal Mora. It's so great to hear from all the principals. I really wanted to make sure I thank all the principals that work with ECSE programs. You have been amazing this fall, or the last few weeks, getting things up and running. I supervise special ed for ages birth to 5 in the district, and we have a lot of different programs that fall under that umbrella. This was the big year that we expanded to offer full day 4-year-old ECSE classes. And so it has been a joy and a challenge for those classes to open last Monday. They are very busy, as anyone knows who has one in their program, and also joyful. We have 2 virtual classes and 5 in-person classes. We also resumed providing inclusive supports in pre-K with great partnership with Office of Early Learning. We have started to enter Head Start and child care centers in our community as well. We work with over 40 different child care centers, and we've met with each and every one to make sure that we understand mutually the COVID safety protocols that all of those sites require. Enrollment, I can say, is steady for ages 3 to 5 and is even up a little bit, which is great. Kids are getting their early intervention services. One of our challenges is that it's still not safe to go into all of our childcare sites or all of our homes. We're not doing any home visits yet. It's a huge challenge because that's our model in particular for birth to 3. We've been doing as best as we can with virtual services, and it works for a lot of families, but we know there are children for whom that just doesn't work as well. So we've created some on-site supports and services for children and families at ECFE sites. ECFE is mostly virtual, and they very generously shared their spaces at Rondo and at 271 Belvedere and at Crossroads. So we're able to bring a parent and child in for service using our district transportation. And then one of our most exciting new ventures is that we have 2 St. Paul schools buses that we have outfitted like a mini preschool classroom, and we are using those for curbside services. We just had a naming competition, and you were among the first to know that we chose Kirby 1 and Kirby 2 for our bus names. And I'll just tell you one little story. We had a little girl who the mother she just wanted to discontinue services because her daughter just couldn't connect virtually. It just wasn't working. She was ready to give up, and we said, hold on, we can come out with a bus. So they came out with a bus, the child hopped on, engaged immediately in the learning. It was hugely successful, and now that child will stay in services. So and we're also looking forward to catching up on vision and hearing screening and other things that we really need to do in person so that more children have access to services. So really looking forward to the buses. We just started those this week, and so far it's working great. Huge thank you to Tom Burr and the transportation team. They've been phenomenal throughout all of this. And now I'm going to turn it back to Assistant Superintendent Andrew Collins.
Thank you, Brenda. Again, thank you, Nancy, Fatima, Nisita, Maura, and Brenda. Board members, I think as you can see, leadership matters, and I'm so proud of our administrators and the work that they've done. I'm proud of our teachers and the work that they've done, and I'm especially proud of our students rising to the occasion and hearing the stories is just, it is why we do what we do. Also want to point out that, again, all of our buildings relied on lots of other people in the district in terms of there's a huge division of folks in operation that were critical to support the work happening in our buildings. So I'm excited to see Kirby 1 and Kirby 2 in the community. With that, we can transition to the next slide. And again, at this point, I think we're ready to take any questions that board members may have.
All right, so we can start with the Director Kopp.
Thank you. I don't really have any questions. I found myself just kind of grinning like an idiot here, like just listening to all these wonderful stories. I don't know, I had just this immense feeling of pride and like acknowledging that there were mixed emotions. There are still mixed emotions. It doesn't feel the same for everyone. And I think it's good to say that even, I know that educators who show up and are giving all and, smiling and doing all they can still might go home and feel nervous and worried. And like, that's real. And I think we should acknowledge that, how much it takes to do what's being done. I think about like when you watch a really great movie and you get to the end and there's like, 5 minutes of credits that showed how many people had to put that together, all of the different departments, all the different areas of expertise. That's what this is. There's so many wonderful collaborations like across departments, across fields. That the Kirby bus, are you kidding me? That's the greatest thing ever. I hope to see it somewhere in my neighborhood. I'll just close with this. I could go on, but I'm just thinking a lot about how much we're all learning, like how much our students have learned in their time at home, in virtual learning, in community with their families and what they're bringing now into in-person learning. I'm thinking about what our families are learning how to do, how they're learning to advocate and communicate with schools who are now thinking of different ways to communicate with families. What our educators and our principals are doing is every day, like, outstanding work, solving problems. Educators are problem solvers, and we're seeing those skills in action, and we'll continue to. And I just love this feeling of shared purpose and shared responsibility. I think Dr. Lawson described it really beautifully, kind of like this, we're going to work together with families to figure this out. And if we take that to heart and that's what we do going forward, it's really a beautiful platform for building. And I just thank everyone who's contributing to that. And that means everyone who's listening to this and everyone who is doing something different on a Tuesday night. You're a part of making this happen, and immense gratitude.
Director Kyle. Going to Director Marchese.
Yeah, thank you. This is, it's great to see and hear about the experiences that our staff and our folks are having in the buildings, the principals who are here, who are really modeling adaptive leadership in the moment, and their staff, their teachers who have, in their many ways, been adaptive leaders in these circumstances, and really, honoring and realizing that this is a really tall order that we're asking of everybody in the system, the staff, the building leadership. I love the creativity that this, sometimes adversity unleashes some creativity that we didn't realize existed or can tap into. I see that happening here, and it's, part of me says, well, that's what I expect, but I think we shouldn't be blasé about that is really, we've been living in extraordinary times this year, and our staff are doing extraordinary things. Our families are making the choices to do what they think is in the best interest of their children, and we need to honor that. I love the vision of Principal Thomas, whose building is right down the street from my house, taking the little 4-year-old into pre-K by the hand because her mom can't go in. That's really that's a really amazing thing to do in a moment. I have a question about how we when we are in a circumstance in buildings where staff feels like there are situations where they want to raise concerns about something going on in the building. Are they first coming to building leadership? And what's the protocol that we're asking of them to follow? And I ask this because I want to make sure that, when the times that staff raise concerns, that they know where to go and that those concerns are being addressed at the building level when appropriate, or elevated to administration or elsewhere if that's necessary. Because I know sometimes those end up in social media postings and statements that get beyond the location of the event. And that's not necessarily as productive, but I could fault it if there's not an alternative. So maybe, I don't know, Assistant Superintendent Collins or somebody else from administration could speak to on-site problem solving that we've got going on and the mechanisms that we have in place.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Director Marchese. In context of the question in terms of how we get to a productive level of resolving questions or concerns, our leaders are in that position. And again, I think there was multiple times in which they talked about preparing in a context of what if scenarios, and then also talking about those scenarios with staff. We know that the return last Monday was the first day of school that we've never really had before. So we know that Tuesday was better than Monday, Wednesday was better than Tuesday, and it's going to continue to get better. The expectation that each of our administrators have is this context of what you referenced in terms of this level of adaptive leadership. So in short, yes, the expectation is that we want our staff to feel comfortable going, having a conversation with the administrator to problem solve something specifically. It could be a reminder of, hey, what is the best practice in this? What is the district expectation? How are we thinking about these scenarios? I know that our health and wellness team and Mary Langworthy have done an amazing amount of work preparing our administrators, and we've had handbooks, but we also know that different situations arise. So we need to be adaptive, we need to be responsive, and we need to make sure that our staff feel comfortable reaching out to problem solve. Because we want to resolve issues in the most efficient and effective way possible. Because as I heard Dr. Gothard state at the opening, we have a conscious, active commitment to making sure that our sites are the healthiest and safest possible learning environments possible. So, and we're also just from a systems perspective, beginning to discuss what that looks like in terms of how we can communicate that with staff and how they could share concerns with us in a more efficient way.
Thank you. I think, yeah, thank you. I suspect there are, given the circumstance, protocols that we've, educated our staff, trained our building administrators to use, and I think that's helpful. I'm just going to express the hope also that whatever happens in those moments, that our staff don't transmit or translate their concerns and that anxiety to the students in their care. The grown-ups need to behave like the grown-ups in the building, and the children and the families who've made the choice that they want their children to be in the classroom are doing it because they're trying to do the best thing for their kid. And, it's my hope that, whether or not staff agree or disagree with the reality that we're back in the building, that we're not having situations where, even unconsciously, staff concerns or anxieties or resentments sort of bubble up into the classroom, because that would be really unfortunate. I think it's important that we kind of continue to remain positive and kind of keep the focus on the positive, and keep our staff sort of aligned with the reality that there are a lot of mixed emotions and feelings about being back in person, and those are real and those are not to be discounted, but there's also a professional responsibility that staff have for the well-being of kids, and that includes, obviously elevating concerns when they see them, and also kind of modeling the regulation that we want to see from our students too. So, thank you. I appreciate the work that's gone into this. Great, really, really, really tremendous effort.
Thank you, Director Marchese. Director Ellis?
It was really great to hear from our building leaders. I don't want to repeat things that others have said, but really appreciate what was shared with us. I just have questions, sort of along the lines of the question Director Marchese asked about how staff are communicating issues and concerns as they come up, and wondering when and how staff meetings are done now. That wasn't mentioned in any of the presentation, so I'm just wondering, how are they gathering to collaborate and problem solve as a school community?
Thank you, Director Ellis. I'll throw it to one of our amazing leaders. Someone's had a staff meeting this week already.
So I can speak on that. We still have our weekly staff meetings every Tuesday virtually, and within our meetings we have our what I wouldn't want to call it concerns, but just our concerns portion. If we ask questions, anything that could come up, we do our breakout sessions based on area of employment and how we can just really sit down and problem solve any concerns that come up. We do that. We also still do our PLCs virtually weekly, as well as all of our committee meetings are still held weekly virtually, even with our virtual, that's where our virtual school and our in-person school are able to come together and talk about things that are happening in each of those schools.
Thank you for mentioning virtual school and in person, because I was going to ask what that looks like.
So we also, while we meet, together virtual and in person starting next week here, we will be having separate meetings just to problem solve any things that may be happening in virtual versus those that may be happening in person, but we still come together for one staff meeting.
And I don't want to assume, so and anyone speak up, but I just want to ask, is that in alignment across our buildings? Does it look different? Is it the same? What are some similarities and some overlap here?
Dr. Ellis, I can jump in here. So at Riverview, we're definitely trying to be very in tune with the needs of the staff. I mean, they're the ones that are making everything happen and really implementing our plans accordingly. And so we did a staff survey on Friday, after the first week of school, and just a couple of simple questions for them around both for our VLS staff and our in-person staff. How are you feeling after this first week of school? And then a question around the safety concerns and the health concerns. Is there anything that we can do to make you feel safer in our building? And so just gathering those staff responses was very helpful for our leadership team to review. And then the next question, is around curriculum and instructional needs. And so that's where we are going to be able to pull in the specific needs for our virtual learning school staff and our in-person staff. And so to give you an example, our VLS teachers are wanting ongoing supports for creating engaging lessons in that virtual format. Our in-person staff are wondering, now that we have our students in person, where do we focus? How do we leverage these next few months of school where we do have kids in person, and wanting some space and guidance around that? And both teams or both groups of staff also communicated that they want to make sure that we have ongoing spaces for collaboration, the way that we had been able to establish during distance learning. And so as a leadership team, we're looking to identify beyond our regular virtual, meetings, staff meetings that we have with them, how do we create spaces for ongoing collaboration for all teachers?
Talking about ongoing collaboration, sorry, Fatima Lawson, Highwood Hills, we have noticed that our paraprofessional colleagues are also joining us. So they have been, since we started distance learning, and that has actually transferred into the in-person. So we have more actually input from them, and they can attend. Usually we tell them they can do it either at home for those who live close enough, or at school. And we had a staff meeting today at 2:15, and it was almost like 100% attendance. And that way, we know what is going on. The virtual teachers could join, and as well as the in-person teachers. And actually, all our interns, we do have a couple of student teachers who are also part of the team. Reading and math core tutors are also part of the team. So virtual, I would say, meetings have made it very possible for us to collaborate a lot better. And attendance has been very impressive.
One thing I'd like to add is that because, you have the two schools, the virtual and the in-person, and a lot of our students are actually with new teachers, for us at Barack and Michelle Obama, it kind of aligns where we have a K1 in-person, a K1 in virtual, so they're able to work together and collaborate together when they do meet. So our PLCs changed up as well, not grade level anymore now because we have those multi-grades. New teachers are coming together and they're actually able to meet with the previous teachers that the students had in the fall to look at the progress from fall to spring. And so we've set up our PLCs that way.
I found too, in ECSC, we have such a varied program from birth to 5 that during this time I've had just drop-in information sessions, lunch with Brenda or whatever, and it's optional and people just come, and it's really brought more unity across our program, where a birth to 3 home visitor may have never had a chance to talk with a classroom teacher. And so it's been nice to just collaborate across departments and keep an open listening attitude to kind of see what's going on across the district. I hope to continue that. It's something I've learned. It's been really helpful.
And I would just add that similar to the other buildings, that there is all virtual meetings, and there is a higher engagement of staff. Non-licensed staff that are not required to attend meetings have been attending meetings throughout distance learning. And so making us think about how do we provide both going forward, so that people can continue to collaborate. And then as far as the feedback, there's been discussion about how to gather feedback in multiple modes to make sure that, yes, there are staff meetings, time for concerns, and honoring that not all staff may want to share or publicly. So providing spreadsheets where questions can be posted anonymously, survey check-ins about what PPE do you need? What do you want me to know? What are you thinking about? Those kind of weekly check-ins, so formal and informal ways to gauge what staff are thinking about right now.
I just want to follow up with Principal Paez. You mentioned a survey, and then I was like, oh, I want to know what you're doing with that after you get your results. How is that shared with staff, and how are you talking about these are the concerns that came up, and then how do we as a school community address those things, and how do we support one another?
Thank you, Director Ellis. So I let the staff know ahead of time that I would be sharing the information with our leadership team. And so this morning, Tuesdays we meet as a leadership team. We reviewed that information and we used it to plan our Friday staff meeting. So we hold our meetings Friday mornings. And so in that staff meeting, we'll be able to quantify some of the patterns a little bit in the responses and be able to share that information back out with staff. And then also, I think what we talked about was offering this on a continual basis, maybe not weekly, but every so often doing these little pulse and check-in opportunities for staff. But we definitely will use the information to make adjustments. One just concrete example here for how to make people feel safer that we're instituting is that anytime someone walks into another teacher's classroom or office space, we're going to do like not a foam in, it's like we have the sprays, but like a spray in with hand sanitizer as you're going in, spray out, and a few other protocols that are not required as a district, but just as a staff, we wanted to institute a few other safety precautions for respecting each other's spaces and comfort level with having different adults in different office and classroom spaces. And then for like I mentioned earlier, for the piece around curriculum and instruction, we also begin talking about, based on this information, how do we form our PLCs and giving teachers opportunities to collaborate with one another in terms of VLS and in-person staff. But we also saw some staff saying that they are collaborating with in-person teachers when they're a VLS teacher. And so we're just using that information to help guide us as a leadership team and what recommendations we put forth for ongoing PLC and professional development.
And then and this is just for superintendent and just the team, just to be thinking about going forward. And if we're going to do this at some point, when we may survey families who have sent their child back in person, just wondering what feedback would be coming to possibly our individual buildings and then what we collect as a district. I hate saying like district versus school communities, but our families aren't looking at communication from the district, it's our school communities, because that's more local and immediate. And so I think if we are trying to figure out and problem solve and collaborate with our staff so they feel like their health and wellness is being looked after and we care about what's happening and listening to them, that's going to make a healthy community in our schools, in each of our schools. And I think that's really important. And I want to stress that as many opportunities that we can give to staff to do that. And I understand that we will experience discomfort because this is not comfortable. None of this is comfortable, but we're coming back and we're back. We're not coming back, we're back. And so I expect that we will continue to hear about challenges and that should be the case, right? But in that, there is also about us problem solving and doing things better and making sure that we're doing everything that we possibly can, not only for our staff, but for our students and our families as well. So I appreciate everything that our building leaders have shared today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I want to continue dialogue, but not right this minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ellis. Chair Foster?
Thank you, Director Ellis and Marchese actually asked most of my questions here. So I will just highlight, I'd like to thank all the building leaders for being here today and sharing your experiences. But I think about, as I look through my list, there are things I highlighted. Principal Paez, you talked about, we got to think about this from a standpoint of everybody plays a part in this. You talked about our custodial staff and our building engineers and how essential each of those roles were for that first day of school this year. So thank you. We have to continue to highlight and elevate each and every person in this district that does the work to ensure that our kids have the best experience and our staff are safe and cared for. So thank you for that messaging. Dr. Lawson, really thinking about the challenges. This is one of the most diverse districts, and understanding that language-wise, our intention may be one thing, but how the messaging and what we give out to families doesn't always line up with what we try to say, and being able to be flexible and adaptable and meet parents where they're at and come to a solution that works for everyone where we all can stay and be safe in this building. So as we move forward, we're going to continue to have those challenges, but just knowing we got leaders who are tackling it head on, calling it out for what it is just really wonderful to hear, and finding wonderful solutions to that. I am a early childhood educator by trade, and a Principal Thomas, just you taking that child by the hand. We talk about how we can be adaptable in the moment. Our parents are trusting us with their most prized possessions, and to be able to alleviate that stress, while we may not always be able to do it, thinking outside of the box and what's a quick, immediate solution. So I thank all the educators that are working in ways like that to ensure our families are feeling that their children are safe being brought into these buildings. And again, Principal Brink, you talked about how our kids can do this. There's so much anxiety around what kids won't do, but our kids are so smart and they're brilliant and they're so creative, and we gotta give them that credit and note that the big people in the room are modeling that for them. So just a reminder of how brilliant we are in SPPS, and use those learners to help us come up with creative ideas and solutions when we find in classrooms, oh my goodness, we have a problem. Let's think of solutions and continue to use our kids that way. And so it just made me really happy to hear how that was working out for you guys over there. And I think about, Brenda, when you talked about the bus, parents going to leave because this isn't working for them. And I've said this throughout my tenure here, is not talking about what we cannot do, but thinking about creative and adaptive ways that say, what if we can't do this way? Is there other ways that we can do this and make this work for our staff, children, and families? And so as I listen to all of you guys review, it continues to make me proud, and we continue to be challenged by the challenges of today, but knowing that we have a role individually and collectively in the success of that. And so the positivity is so wonderful to hear. Understanding our challenges and knowing that we are going to work collectively and collaboratively together to find solutions for that. So I just thank you all.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Director Broderick?
Thank you very much. Thank you to the whole team. And ladies, you principals, thank you. You warmed my heart and you gave me confidence and hope. So thank you very, very much. One just real quick question, and I think this would probably be directed at the principals, and that goes back to what Director Marchese and Director Ellis were talking about this communication of staff concerns, because I think from time to time, staff are wondering about a directive which has come from the central office, and so therefore they follow correct protocol and go to you principals And I'm wondering how comfortable you've been and how well you're able to convey those concerns to the district office as quickly as possible, so we don't have that disconnect between the staff in the classroom and the district office. And of course, you principals are the intermediaries in this process. So could you kind of just talk to me a little bit about how you handle that?
I can speak to a situation came up today where we needed to use the COVID decision-making tree. And as it was referenced earlier, Mary Langworthy and her team have just been phenomenal. So I think for me as a building leader, it's been the trust in this team of knowing who I can go to. And so whether that's texting a principal friend or calling the assistant superintendent I work with, or going directly to Mary Langworthy, people have been there in a second to help out. And so at the building level, it's our engineers and nutrition staff who have been a lot of the people where questions are coming from, and making sure those questions can be answered and responded to in a timely way. And then it's been the health office team. And so I have felt supported and know where to get answers. And what would other principals want to add?
Well, I could add, Fatima, Director Broderick, thanks for the question. One thing I noticed is that throughout this process, the district did send messages out to staff. All of us heard and we read, what the communication was. So that helped a lot. So what we had to do was to clarify certain things. And our ASUPs were always present, to help us clarify. And then we had other departments like health, Mary Langworthy, and then with nutrition, there was absolutely no question that, she couldn't answer with regards to cafeteria, how we'll set it up, the distancing, the way that we're going to walk the lines, who's going to supervise. So the communication to me has been amazing, because it's been very well coordinated to the point that, there's very little doubt as to what the message was. Because first, everybody got the message, and then we had avenues for clarification if we didn't understand any aspect of it. So the heavy lifting was actually done by our district, by central office, and then we just supported and to clarify things from our local ends.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Otherwise, thank you very much. I appreciated those answers because, and to use a military analogy, I've often felt that the principal in a building is the captain of that ship, and their main obligation is to their crew. And so therefore, the answers that I just heard very much indicate to me that we understand what it means to be the captain of the ship. But as I said, if I want to stretch my analogy a little bit further, the district office sort of becomes the admiralty. And so therefore that communication between the captain of the ship, who's dealing with their individual crews, and they have to be able to have good communication with the admirals, because that sailor, I'm going to really take it to that sailor in the classroom, that individual teacher wants to know that their voice is being heard. And so thank you very much for your answers, and thank you very much. And I'll go back to what I said to begin with. You warmed my heart, and you gave me confidence and hope. And these are trying times for all of us. So God bless you.
Thank you, Director Broderick. Seed Member Mulroney.
I'd just like to echo everything everyone else has said. It sounds like, obviously there are some challenges that people have been running into, but it sounds like it's overall been a very good start and very promising that we're able to deal with these challenges as they come up. Someone said Tuesday was better than Monday, Wednesday was better than Tuesday. And if we can just keep that going, by the end of the year, we'll be an absolute machine at doing this in-person stuff. So yeah, that's all I have, and I'll pass it back to Vice Chair Vu.
Appreciate that, Steve Member Maroney. I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. I'm encouraged to hear that the last week and today has gone by so well. I'm glad to hear that communication is collaborative in these buildings, and we are taking feedback and we are putting that into an action plan to ensure that everybody's voices are being heard and the practices are being put into place to make sure that we have a successful experience at our buildings. Going forward, my question is in regards to a challenge that I think will be approaching, and this may be a question for Assistant Superintendent Collins. What are some of the things that we're doing to ensure that our students who are in person and who are in distance learning aren't receiving like two different kinds of educations just based on their locale and based on that mode of delivering the education? Because we received data from last year regarding how distance learning has been challenging, but I'm just curious as to the students getting the service in person. Are they going to get a leg up on the distance learning learners? I'm just curious as to that.
Director Vu, thank you for the question. I don't think so. So I think one of the pieces that we're cognizant of is this idea of families are opting into VLS, and we need to do the best job we can engaging them and providing a premier education for all of our students, whether they're in person or virtual. I think some of the strategies that I heard in the presentation, and I know what some of our leaders are doing in our buildings, is just that in terms of how we bring teachers together. I think I heard Principal Paez, or no, it might have been, actually, I'm not sure what principal it was, but it was Principal Thomas from Obama, so I apologize. But just that idea of really having a conversation about what collaboration looks like. So there is this idea of shared resources. So someone doesn't have to feel as though they're on an island and they're the only person that's teaching VLS. They're still part of the instructional team at that building. The platform is potentially a little bit different in terms of what that delivery model looks like, but we're still having teachers create their lessons and post their lessons on our learning management systems, either Seesaw or Schoology. So just from that place of how teachers are working, we're continuing to have them work in a similar fashion. And then it's about conversations, and it's about getting feedback from parents, and it's about looking at our formative assessments and what our data is telling us. We could have a high level of engagement, and that could look different. We want to be able to differentiate. Some of the exciting things that we learned, even with the challenges in distance learning, is how we do learning is going to be different moving forward. When we think about the tools that we now have, the increased level of comfort surrounding technology, how we think about engagement and how we can differentiate lessons and how we want to support that learning. So at my core, I would say, no, I don't think there's going to be a demonstrable difference in terms of students feeling as though they're getting a leg up. I believe in the level of professionalism and responsibility that our teachers have about rising to that occasion, and the conversations that our principals are facilitating about learning, about changing practice, and about sharing data, and what that data actually means in terms of what behaviors need to change from the adult perspective to support the student. So it's going to be an evolving conversation for the next 15, 16 weeks until we end the traditional school year calendar. And I'm excited about the feedback that our sites are getting, and that could also be a great prompt for us to bring back to our leaders about how we're seeking that level of direct feedback from our families. Families want rigor. Families want their kids to be engaged. Families want their children to be challenged, regardless of what environment they're in, and we need to provide that opportunity.
Appreciate that, Assistant Superintendent Collins. Would any of our principal would like to chime in on this?
Can I add that here at BMO, as we call it, even though we have two different programs, as we would call it. We're still one school, and our teachers still collaborate through our PLCs. And another thing is that because we have a good alignment of classes, you know, we have a 2-3 split on each program. They're talking to each other. And so they're presenting the same information, same curriculum. They have the same expectations. The return to in-person has caused us to make our virtual program more robust in how it looks. Whereas at one point, you know, our kids now have to get up and they have to be at school at 7:30. And so our expectations that our virtual kids are up with them, and they're doing the same programming as our kids. We're 7:30 to 2 school. And so I think I will say that we have become more collaborative in how we present instruction between the two with the return of in-person.
In addition to that, we do have repository lessons that are there for us in order for us to align and make sure that, you know, they are well coordinated. So those ones have helped a lot. And that's our Office of Teaching and Learning that, you know, put the lessons together standard based, and teachers could tap into that anytime, modify it as they see fit. And then having the virtual learning platform, meeting platform has made it even easier for them to collaborate with the in-person teachers.
I can also add here, Vice Chair Vu. So at Riverview, our guiding question has been, where are the opportunities for collaboration? And that question will continue to help guide us to identify those places, because it's not in the typical places where we normally go to our grade level teams. With lots of mixed grade classrooms with VLS and in-person, teachers are in search of where are those opportunities. And so it's shown up in a few different ways. A few places where we do have in-person staff collaborating with one another, and then VLS staff collaborating with one another, but then also some places where we are seeing that collaboration. And so one example is in our 3rd grade team with our VLS teacher, 3rd grade teacher, and our in-person VLS teacher. They are creating and developing the lessons together, and they're continuing to do that. The in-person teacher adapts it for the in-person, and the VLS does the same, but they are co-creating and collaborating on those areas of study and those lessons. And at the same time, at Riverview, we also have our immersion program, in addition to our VLS and our in-person crew. And so we have lots of different segments going on. And so that collaboration is even more important for our teachers, and they really value it. And so they are definitely seeking out those opportunities. And we have places where they're connected with immersion staff on specific content areas, for example, reading. And then there's places where they're collaborating with both programs, creating reading groups in English in both virtual and in-person setting. And so again, lots of really creative ways. We talked about the students, being really creative and problem solving. Our teachers are also showing really creative ways to problem solve. Our 5th grade teacher that's teaching at home, actually 4th and 5th grade teacher, teaching remotely, is collaborating with our in-person 4th and 5th grade teacher. And they're doing some common lessons where they're sharing that on Schoology with both groups of students. And then they're also doing some sharing of grouping of students, where sometimes they're going to the teacher working from home, and sometimes they're going to the in-person teacher, regardless of which program the students are in. So I'm not sure if you're following me with all of that, because it does get confusing. But basically, I'm trying to say that our teachers are collaborating the same way that they would be as if when they're all in person. And so lots of creative problem solving happening.
And one piece I would want to add, without just repeating what my colleagues just offered, is that there is a lot of conversation about what our students are losing at this time. And as a mom who has watched my own children navigate distance learning, I've seen what they've gained. And so I think that that is also on us as educators to think about, what are the technology skills that these youth are developing right now that they would not have had it not been for this experience? And so how do we leverage those skills that they need in a 2021 world and highlight those as we continue through distance learning, and then also bring them back into the building? And rather than focus on the learning loss, think about the social emotional self-advocacy skills they're gaining and look at what we can bring back to make education better.
Appreciate that. Anyone else wants to respond? If not, then I'm just encouraged to hear that collaboration continues between BLS and in-person learning, which I suspected it already has. And I just wanted to hear that ongoing thinking is happening as we move forward with the remainder of this year and heading into the next fall. I pass it back to Superintendent Joe Gothard. Would you like to provide any closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you very much, Vice Chair Vu. It doesn't really seem right for me to have the final word on what you and our community have just heard tonight from Principals Thomas Lawson, Paez Brink, and Supervisor Natala. Excellent job. And I should share with all of you, I am not one bit surprised. Let me take you back to March 15th, 2020. Principals, do you remember that? That was a Sunday. You remember a call we had early in the morning where I told you the governor is going to announce that our schools are closing. I knew right then that you were going to have to be incredibly collaborative, adaptive, that you were going to have to be faced with situations where you didn't know how they were going to turn out. You didn't know, I know how you like to plan. I knew that wasn't going to be our reality. And yet here we are, and you have executed a very complicated plan with a lot of cross-departmental collaboration, a lot of communication to families, to students, to your staff, and to each other. I'm just really proud. You all know how much I value leadership. It's something that I love nothing more than to see others have the opportunity to grow as leaders. And this team has just risen to the challenge just beyond proud of them. So great job to all of you. I know there will be continued challenges, and we're going to continue to do it just as we have since March 15th. So great job, everyone, and best of luck as you continue.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard. At this time, been about almost 2 hours into a meeting. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. The time right now is 6:18 p.m. Let's return at 6:20. Let's go ahead and make it 6:24 p.m. that we return and move on with our agenda.
Mulroney. So tonight, as you know, St. Paul Public Schools 2015 Facilities Master Plan kicked off with an ongoing strategic effort to take care of our buildings while also making sure they serve today's learning approaches and those of the future. The rolling 5-year plan is renewed regularly to promote alignment with other strategic efforts in the district. To support this alignment, there are criteria for prioritizing projects that are informed by data from several assessments. The Facilities Department, Facilities Planning Group, is here to review those assessments so that you see the data behind the plan, as well as the criteria for prioritization. In this presentation, you'll learn what the process is going to be moving forward and understand the information that we'll be bringing forward to you to share with both you for your approval and with our community so that they know and understand what our SPPS Builds a strategic plan around facilities is going to be. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Jackie Turner.
Thank you, Superintendent. Sarah, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the slide presentation, and Vice Chair Fu and members of the board and C Member Mahoney, we are happy to present this presentation to you tonight. We're going to do this in with the collaboration effort of members of the facilities team. So I will be joined by Kathy Wallace, who is our manager of facilities planning, also with Amy Enan, who's our project coordinator, and you'll hear from her. And then we'll be wrapping up with Monica Watkins, who is one of the manager of capital project delivery. Next slide, please, Sarah. So the purpose of tonight is, as Dr. Gothard said, is to introduce SPPS Builds, which is the way we move forward with our capital planning and capital planning projects. We're planning to present to you our 5-year plan for how we plan to implement SPPS Builds and talk around the structure of it. We would like to present to you this information really in a 3-pronged format. So tonight, next slide, please, Sarah. Tonight, we are going to review the criteria for how we prioritize the buildings and how the building projects will come up. We'll look at both qualitative as well as quantitative data and how we get to that. Then we're going to talk about how we actually implement SPPS Builds. And then we're going to finalize with how we, our current projects. We have been busy during COVID and over the last year. We want to remind you of the projects that we have completed and then the current projects that we have in process right now. That's what we plan to get through tonight. We plan to come back to you in the March committee of the board meeting and really talk about how we fund the projects and what the upcoming projects will be for the next 5 years. And then at the March BOE, we actually like to bring forth a formal recommendation for a resolution for approval of both SPPS Builds as well as how we plan to fund. So this is a 3-part presentation, and we ask for your patience as we get through this. There is a lot of information here tonight, but we felt it very important to share both with the board as well as our public, as that was one of our guiding principles, is to continue to be transparent with both the board and community as we move throughout our capital projects. I want to just bring your attention to the corner, right corner of the PowerPoint. You will see that symbol with the arrow and the page throughout the presentation. That is really a visual symbol to remind the board as well as the community of the specific recommendations that the review committee has brought forth and asked the board to consider administration using in its implementation of the new SPPS Builds or its capital planning projects. And we have done great work in that. We have taken that information to heart and we have implemented that within our design. So as you see that throughout the presentation, that will let you know. Next slide, please. Again, we will be finishing at the board meeting in March with the actual recommendation on approval of the proposed projects. I now like to actually ask for Kathy to come forth and be able to discuss the criteria for prioritization. Kathy?
Hi. And in fact, I'm going to turn it right over to Amy Enan, who is leading this portion of the presentation of the qualitative and quantitative data that built to the criteria.
Thank you. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you both. So like was mentioned, I'm here to talk about the background, namely of the criteria for prioritization and the qualitative and quantitative data that informs that criteria. This is important because this is what drives our facility master plan and subsequent 5-year rolling plans. The current criteria for prioritization was developed by a 65-person committee and approved by the Board of Education in 2015. The criteria are informed by the strategic plan, the vision, principles, and standards, and quantitative data, which we keep current through a series of district-wide assessments. Next slide, please. Next slide, Sarah, please. Thanks. You can see, back one. You can see here a high-level summary of our strategic plan. All of the red circles indicate areas where facilities has an opportunity and strives for alignment. Next slide, please. This is the vision that came out of the 18-month community engagement that culminated in the current facility master plan. I'm not going to read it to you, but I think it's always important to return to our vision, the vision that informs what we're trying to achieve. Next slide, please. That same community engagement process, which included the voices of all of our stakeholders, also developed our principles and standards. Like our vision, the principles and standards guide us toward versatile, equitable, and healthy environments for our building's users. Next slide, please. The next 5 slides actually are examples of our standards. All 47 standards are on our website for anyone who wants to take a closer look at them. And you can see as Sarah flips through what some of these are. Great. So as you can see, very broad, addressing all pieces of a facility. And lastly, I want to share with you a quick review of the quantitative assessments that we conduct, which inform the criteria for prioritization. The 3 primary district-wide assessments are the facility alignment assessment, facility condition assessment, and the use and utilization assessment. Next slide, please, Sarah. So the facility alignment assessment is how we measure where we are against the goals that were established in the principles and standards. The surveys are conducted by subject matter experts, and the scale is 1 to 5. This is an example of one of our survey forms, which then becomes data that we can analyze in many different ways. Next slide, please. The facility condition assessment is how we measure the condition of a building at a systems level and project future needs. So generally speaking, our buildings are well maintained and structurally sound, although there is quite a bit of work required every year to maintain that condition. Next slide, please. So this graph represents the facility condition index of each of our buildings. The facility condition index is the existing deferred maintenance divided by the cost to replace. As you can see, most of our buildings fall in the good to average range. Next slide, please. The use and utilization assessment measures how efficiently a space is being used. Building utilization is an aggregate and is often referred to as percent at capacity. The table on this slide relates a building's status to a percent at capacity range. And this is an industry standard that we use. Next slide, please. This graph plots the percent at capacity of each of our buildings in the district. As you can see, the majority of our buildings operate at 70% or higher capacity. Those that are less than 70% begin to suggest a multitude of things, never to be taken at face value, but they definitely direct us to take a closer look at what's going on in that building. There are robust reports and supplementary documents that were shared with you prior to us convening tonight in case you want to take a deeper dive and understand those assessments more. Next slide, please. So combining all of this data, these criteria were developed to guide the prioritization of work. When this criteria was developed, stakeholders believed the #1 priority should be the removal of all portable classrooms. And I'm really happy to share that no student is in a portable classroom and that we have achieved this top priority. We believe the remaining 6 priorities are still relevant and potent. Next slide, please. So before we move into questions and comments regarding the slides that were presented so far, I would like to share one more item. We have been working to visualize our data as a way to be more transparent and share with our communities how we're making decisions that impact the maintenance and improvement of our facilities. As it states on this slide, we weight and categorize all the metrics that we gather in all of the assessments that we do. They're categorized by the petal, which the petal represents a priority, so categorized by the priority, and those create the petals. There's 6 petals, one for each remaining criteria for prioritization. The petals are then weighted and they create an impact circle, which is the green circle on the top of the legend there on the left of the slide. That impact circle tells us how far we are away from where we're trying to get. So the bigger the circle, the further away we are from where we're trying to be, as determined by our principles, our standards, everything I just shared. So next slide, please. So this is an example of the petal. It shows how this might appear on our dashboard. As I mentioned, the weighted metrics create the petal. So in the petals instance, the fuller the petal, the closer that priority is to meeting our standard. So in these examples, Expo, for example, the building condition, which is the bottom petal, is not quite meeting the standard we hope to achieve. But the growth and alignment, which is how the facility aligns with program and enrollment, is doing great. It's meeting, moving towards exceeding the standard. So you can see in these 3 examples that every petal has a different fullness factor. Those petals are then weighted, and that is what creates that impact circle. So at this time, we welcome Vice Chair Vu. We welcome questions or comments.
And just so directors know, too, we've tried to divide the presentation up into sizable amounts so you wouldn't have to wait till the entire presentation was over to take your questions. So we're going to ask that you, if you have questions around the prioritization or some of the things that Amy talked about, or either the timeline, you reserve those questions for now. If there are some questions that you have that aren't a part of that, we're going to park along those and use those for latter part of the presentation. But Vice Chair will entertain any questions or comments at this time for the first part of the presentation.
Sure. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and go with Director Kopp.
Thank you for the first part of this longer presentation. At this time, I don't have any questions on this part. Thank you.
Director Marchese.
Thank you for the overview. I appreciate understanding the rubric. I'm going to wait until we have a conversation about prioritization in some of the following sections. So thank you.
Director Ellis.
Thank you for the information so far, but I too will wait.
Thank you, Director Ellis. Chair Foster.
Again, thank you for the presentation, and I will wait till later with more questions.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Director Bodrick.
Director Roderick, I believe you're on mute.
Sorry, that's the famous question of the year in 2020. I think you're on mute, are you? My only question is, you mentioned the 65-member community committee that worked on leading up to the original facilities master plan. How long has it been since that committee actually met? And are those decisions that were made then still viable?
I'd ask Director Parent, are you able to address Director Broderick's question?
Absolutely. Through the chair, Director Broderick. It has been, I'd have to go back and actually compile the notes, but it's been approximately 2 years. And part of that is due to the start of the external review process. And then COVID was the other big delay in that. I think our hope is to restructure that engagement and have a little bit more comprehensive piece to it as we particularly come out of the Envision SPPS process and how that aligns. So it has been a while since that group has gotten together.
Yes, and not only has it been a while, but a lot has happened. Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you, Director Broderick. Seat Member Mulrooney.
Thank you. I will also wait until I can get a little bit more information before I have any questions.
Thank you, Seat Member Mulrooney. I don't have any questions either, but I do appreciate the mindfulness of splitting this up into 3 segments and letting us gather our thoughts before moving forward.
Thank you. Then I will invite Kathy to continue on in the presentation where we're going to go a little bit into how we're going to implement SPPS builds. Kathy?
Thank you. We'll move on to SPPS builds, which answers the question, what do we do with these priorities? Next, okay, thank you. The SPPS builds is the new name we've given to the program. The 5-year facilities maintenance and capital improvements plan and the efforts that Amy talked about in terms of creating that plan. The new name signals that it's aligned with the district's overarching strategic plan SPPS achieves. Amy pointed out some of that alignment, including the focus on system improvements and effective resource allocations. These improvements include providing more transparency on decision-making to the board and the public through a number of things, including refined capital budget modeling, introducing several new gate check approvals and a public interactive dashboard. We also want to emphasize that we've built in flexibility to accommodate the recommendations of SPPS, of Envision SPPS, as those recommendations come forward over the next year or two. Next slide. To further clarify how planning moves into projects, this diagram illustrates the inputs into our planning and prioritization that yield then the 5-year plan, come to the board for their input, your input, I should say, and then leads to funding individual events like projects or the funding that pays for those projects. The board has input both in the priorities and also in approving that 5-year plan and contracting. Through gate checks, you also have a chance to approve contracting out individual projects. Next slide. I've noted that SPPS builds emphasizes effective resource allocation. Here's a demonstration of that. This diagram illustrates one of the many system improvements that have been made over the past 2 years, and you'll note the little icon in the corner. And in this case, it's about providing more accurate project scoping and budgets. By scoping, we mean the extent and types of construction that are expected to take place at any given site. We've begun by begun a practice of defining the project in a charter document, including a refined scope of construction that's informed by what has been learned from earlier projects. And cost modeling has been expanded as well as refined, as shown by the various inputs. You have a document in your packet that also describes the modifications to cost estimates more fully. Next slide. In the project charters, we're now taking a renovate, including a renovate versus replace analysis, and it's an additional step to confirm the approach to major renewal projects. At the simplest level, it asks, how does the projected cost to modernize this building compare to building a comparable new one? MDE's guideline is that if the remodeling cost reaches 60% of the cost to build new, then one should consider replacing the building rather than remodeling. But it's not just a simple calculation with one numerical data point. There's other variables to consider: long-term value, the educational or operational strategic value, such as if you were to build new, where would you put your learners in the meantime, and then social, cultural, and ecological impact of rebuilding. Next. SPPS Builds also introduces frequent gate check approvals that walk the board through each major project development step, from project planning all the way to going out through bid and construction. And depending on the project, there's 5 gate checks for each project, each of which outlines the scope of work and what's known of the budget and funding strategy appropriate. So we're in gate check 1. Next. Finally, SPPS Builds also provides more transparency through a new interactive dashboard that will go live on the web in late March when you've had a chance to approve the 5-year plan. What it includes is status updates on current projects and their budgets, explanations of the whole SPPS Builds process, as well as the assessments and priority indicators that we described earlier. And the screenshot you see here shows the interactive map with each of the school buildings and those impact circles. Next. That was our segment on SPPS Builds, and I will hand it to Chief Turner for questions.
Well, again, Vice Chair Vu, this section and where you're taking a pause to take any questions or comments that directors may have regarding the implementation of SPPS Builds. I also want to remind the board as well as the public that all of the, I would consider this presentation more of an executive summary, as that you did receive very detailed data analysis and the quantitative and the actual results of each one of the assessments, both the quantitative assessments that Amy talked about, as well as the examples of the dashboards that Kathy talked about. That's also in the public information that's part of the board. So I know that there's a lot of information there, but we are willing to take any questions that you may have at this particular point about any of the things that we talked about so far. Vice Chair Vu.
Thank you. Director Kopp.
Thank you for this, the second mini section, and I also want to thank the team for last week, the opportunity to walk through and get our questions answered, and then I asked for an additional mini session yesterday and was able to get more questions answered, and just appreciate everyone's willingness to get into the weeds on this and answer all those detailed questions. I don't, and because of that, I don't really have any specific questions. I will note with appreciation that there'll be increased public transparency. As I had a chance to share with a small group yesterday, that schools are really personal for people. They love them and they care about their past, present, and future. And so letting people be more involved and more aware of what's going on is a great way to build trust and engagement. And so I'm excited that there's going to be a really visible place for people to engage. And of course, the alignment with the strategic plan makes a lot of sense for efficient, effective use of resources and building space and providing great opportunities for all our students. So I'll just thank the team and listen to my colleagues. Thank you.
Director Kopp. Director Marchese.
Yeah, thank you again for providing us a little bit more on the rubric. I want to ask a question, just as we were talking before, about the replacement cost versus the rebuild calculation. And I know you identified a few different considerations in that, and I'm curious how that's reflected, how that gets reflected in a both the qualitative and quantitative way, because I think, one of the things that I feel like we struggled with in the past was this question of, do we refurbish a building that is going to take a lot of resources to bring up to more modern standards, or are we better off having to go to a different building and reap the benefit of a new design and all the efficiencies that go in with that? Most recently, it was a significant part of our discussion around the American Indian Magnet School. And so if we're using that as an example, how is the change that you're proposing and the rubric you're proposing going to either get us to a similar or a different place or improve the process going forward?
Through the chair, Director Marchese, I'll start this and may ask Tom to weigh in as well. The analysis will be somewhat similar to what was carried out for AIM. I think, just, to give some examples, if the long-term financial prudence shows that we would be patching something that will need additional work later on down the road, that would be something that would come into play. Just how solid is the building? How much can we make improvements? And I think, social, cultural, ecological impact, one example of that is that an existing building has a much lower carbon footprint than building new. So that's something we really need to consider, and it's outside of current dollars, but it is something in the future, for our future, that we need to consider. Tom, what would you like to add? Excuse me, Director Parent.
Kathy, I think you hit the nail on the head on a lot of that. The only piece I would add is structurally the conversation is now explicit and early, making sure that that is part of that initial charter of the project, so that it is a community conversation that happens with the board, with an individual school, and it's part of that process, so that everyone can see the kinds of decisions and metrics that are placed into that. So the hope is to make it an overt part of the process so that we knowingly make those decisions.
Great, thank you. I think that I think is important that we foreground that as part of the initial planning process and the conversation that we're having. I know I have heard in other presentations in the past that there is sort of a conversation between retrofitting and whether you could reap the efficiencies through retrofitting versus new construction, and the extent to which, on the one hand, an existing building is a sunk cost, for lack of a better way of putting it, and we're starting with new, but it's sort of I liken it to this conversation coming up around vehicles. Is it more ecologically sound to have a new electric vehicle that might be more expensive to build, but has lower operating costs, versus trying to make the most efficient gasoline powered vehicle that we can think about? So or taking an older vehicle and retrofitting the power. So I just think it's important that when we work with our building communities that we're upfront about these trade-offs. There is a lot of sentimental attachment that folks have to their existing buildings, and when we either change or repurpose them, folks have strong opinions. That is an intangible, but it needs to be informed by sort of also a level-headed conversation about what really is in the best interest of the students now and in the future, because that's really who we're really building for. We're not necessarily building for memories. We're building for, the needs of our children now and in the future. So to the extent to which this rubric sort of allows for that to be a driver of that discussion, and I think the alignment, as my colleague Director Kopp mentioned before, with the strategic plan, I think is very spot on. And obviously Envision SPPS and the analysis of Envision SPPS should be part of that too. That can only improve the process, I think, going forward. So, but thank you for walking us through that. I don't know if you have any other comments.
All right, if there is no other comments, then appreciate that, Director Marchese. Director Ellis?
I don't have any questions right now.
Thank you. Chair Foster?
No questions right now. Thank you for the presentation.
Director Broderick?
Director Broderick, I think you might be on mute.
Yes, I was on mute. And now I'm off of mute and I have no questions.
See Member Mulroney?
I also don't have any questions right now.
Thank you, Member Mulroney. I do have a question. It's in regards to how the interactive dashboard will be utilized. The information that is gathered from that dashboard, exactly how will it be used to inform us moving forward as we make these decisions?
Vice Chair Vu, through the Vice Chair Vu, to answer your question, we will not be gathering information through the dashboard. The intention, the interactivity in it is simply that the person viewing it can click on individual portions of the images to get information to dig deeper on a specific school. So one could click on one of these dots and find out what school it is and what the data is behind it. So it's really more an informational tool that has that allows the person using it to be involved.
I'll add to the Director or Vice Chair Vu that the dashboard was a big part of our desire to want to be transparent with both board members as well as the community about the ongoing efforts and work of buildings, how a particular building was chosen, that how it fell within the priority ranking, why it was chosen for those particular projects, how we are aligning ourselves with the funding and the financing of it. Are we on par? Are we off? Are we on budget? Are we not? Are we on timeline? Are we not? So it's really our commitment to our public that it's going to be a one-stop shop so that staff, board, community can go and find out whatever they need to regarding a building's capital project progress.
I appreciate that. And, you know, the reason why I ask is I think it's a great tool. You know, it sort of synthesizes everything that we're talking about and makes a visual, gives people a visual marker of the progress as to where we are in the plan right now. I actually think that this dashboard could be sort of transitioned and used in different aspects of CPS as well, as soon as we find out how successful this is with the FNP. That's all I have right now. Continue with the presentation.
All right, and I ask that you continue to sit in enthusiasm as I bring up Monica to finish out our presentation. Actually, a little unfair with Monica. She has the best part probably of the presentation. She gets to brag about the work that we've done on some of the current projects and then also the projects that have completed. So Monica, if you will.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Yes, I certainly do have the best part because I get to take us on a little detour into the past and take a look how this work translates into real life and how it really impacts both schools and the community. Could I have a next slide, sir? Thank you. So this is a list of 10 largest projects that we completed since 2017 with pictures featuring our Eastham school. That's a building that we purchased from the state, and it really didn't require a lot of remodeling inside, other than some adaptation for the schools, as well as introduction of our inclusive restroom model. Next slide, please. Sarah? Thank you. Spanish Adam Immersion Elementary, and as throughout those, as we go through those projects, you'll see that the focus of projects did follow our prioritization list. So they usually involve support of growth with addition of classroom space and other learning environment spaces. Here we are looking at the 3-story addition to the school, as well as improvement to the entryway and learning stair, which is a communal space. The work at Adams Spanish Immersion included also a new cafeteria and kitchen remodel. That was really important, and it's also a common motive throughout the projects. A lot of our older schools have several periods for lunch, which makes the kids eat breakfast and lunch. For some of the kids, the lunch shortly follows, and some of them have up to 5 or 6 lunch periods. So that is a large improvement, adding beautiful spaces to take lunch, but also shortening that lunch time. Next slide, please. A lot of the projects, actually I think almost all of them, included work on the entry. And it focused on 2 things: making it easily identifiable, so it's really obvious where the main entry to the school is, but also making it safe and secure. So a lot of times we are moving the administrative offices that are often buried inside deep in school, right by the entry, so there is visibility and also security improvement to all the people entering the school. For Comma Park High School, we included a very large addition of classroom space to support the growth, but also a lot of improvement to communal spaces with learning stair, and the bottom picture shows the cafeteria space bringing. It was a very old and very dark building that now is lit up with natural light, bringing and making a beautiful space for students to collaborate, work, eat lunch, gather together. Next slide, please. Global Arts Plus lower and upper campuses. The lower elementary school included a significant addition with classroom spaces that is shown on the picture to the left, while the upper campus, all the improvements, that site is landlocked, so we have no space for expansion, really focus on improving and remodeling the existing spacing, right-sizing the classrooms. All of the projects that we are looking at included improvements to the building system. So all the mechanical systems were upgraded and changed. Boilers, air conditioning units, all the systems that support and maintain fresh air and maintain a good learning environment in a school. Next slide, please. Highland Park Elementary, again, this additional remodel included all of those elements. So new gym, that's what you're looking at from outside and inside. New cafeteria, all fairly large addition of new classroom spaces, as well as a remodel and right sizing of existing spaces. Next slide. Horseman, the same similar focus. The picture on the left pictures the new addition and the cafeteria, new cafeteria. Next slide. Finally, Humboldt High School, that should be completed by the end of the school year. This is by far the longest projects of this group, and it focuses on several things: changing and building from beginning a new entry to the school with administrative offices, adding classroom space, changing the environment inside by bringing more daylighting, as well as creating spaces for collaboration and group gatherings for the students. Next slide. Johnson High School, this is a ongoing project. We're completing it in phases. That first phase was focused mostly on the entryway, creating a new entry and building a wing with administrating offices, as well as addressing some of the issues with mechanical system with new boilers. We are at the start of a new phase, which will address majority of the remaining HVAC mechanical units and systems. Next slide, please. River East Elementary is our only building that we build anew. So we purchased the land, and that building was designed and built from ground up. And it houses our specialty education. Finally, San Antonio Park, again, focusing on the same issues, creating an entry, moving the administrative offices closer to, adjacent to the entryway, remodeling media room, bringing more daylight inside the building, right-sizing all the classrooms, daylighting. So the picture to the right shows the new media center with clear story that brings daylight inside of a building. Next slide, please. Finally, we have a lot of smaller projects that and as a lot smaller and maybe are not as highlighted in a lot of a presentation and a lot of focus of what we talk about, but they are really, really important for all the schools. Jaming here, phase one was really just adaptation of that school, that site for the start of Jaming. There are plans for that school will need more work as we go along, as the community really is at the very fast growth. We do a lot of flooring projects as well, roofing projects, as they are listed here, window replacements. They are not glamorous, but they are really important. They prevent from leaks and making their environment in the school safe. So they are equally important. Finally, we also do a lot of playgrounds. Next slide. The other area of focus of improvements evolve around athletics. So here's a list of the investment we made at different sites in the athletic fields, both outside and inside the buildings. I believe that cost is closer to 10 million rather than 8. With the most recent one being Washington Tech with a brand new field and track. Next slide, please. And finally, these are the current projects currently underway, so that Washington Tech athletic field is being completed this spring. American Indian Magnet and Frost Lake Elementary are underway with additions almost enclosed. The Frost Lake is a little farther ahead than the American Indian. American Indian Magnet has a lot of site work completed already. We are also making improvements to our building, our former building called DSF at 1930 Como, which houses district services and education operations. And again, we are also trying to stay and focus on some of the building system improvements and windows and roofing projects. So the list towards the bottom of the list, we have all the 4 projects that are currently underway. And I believe that is all.
That is it. Thank you.
I'll turn it back to Chief Turner.
Thank you, Monica. And Vice Chair Wu, we will take any questions or comments that was our final part of our 3-part presentation for tonight. And so if there are any questions around project timeline, we'll be happy to take those at this time.
All right, we'll start with Director Kopp.
Thank you for the tour of this really beautiful work. I don't have any questions. Every time I see those pictures, it's really, makes me really proud. Like when I drive by those buildings or I see those photos, it's a really great testament to the design work and the innovation. That's how we're thinking about learning spaces and welcoming front entrances and all of that. And I know there's a lot of schools looking forward to maybe their turn and their chance to kind of see that realization in their own spaces. And so I think it's a great thing to look forward to. And I appreciate all the work and the update.
Thank you. And if I may add, both project team and me are always very happy to take you on any tour of any of the sites if you would like to visit. They do look a lot better than in pictures. I believe Director Ellis can attest to that.
I appreciate that. I will take you up on that. Thank you.
Yes, it's interesting to see the list and to remember, I started on this board in 2016 with the beginning of this facilities master plan, and that these places and spaces have been renovated over my time on the board, and I'm really pleased to see what many of them look like, many of them that I've been in, and the choices that we've made over the course of the last 5 years. The purchase of the East End building, the building of 8 River East, the issues that we faced with that, the issues we faced, with the different building improvements that we did and some of the delays and that, I think obviously we're trying to keep a hold of the fact that we're trying to create the kinds of learning environments that our students and staff deserve to be in. And that is, I go to Adams, for example, and that's such a dramatic change from what Adams looked like beforehand. And, St. Anthony Park, and, doesn't look very much like the building, well, exterior somewhat, but the building that my sons went to when they were elementary students in that building. So I think the end product is really important. And I think when we talk about this in the community and when we're really thinking about the decisions that we're making, we do have to keep that, out front and center. And I think in the conversations that we have going forward, to build that support, to show people what the differences can be. I know that there'll be future conversations about which buildings and why and on what basis, but I do think that, once folks see the buildings, rarely are they disappointed. They're usually really glad that we've made this investment. And I think that's an investment in the future of our kids and the future of our city. And that's important. And we're engaged in one of the biggest and have been building exercises of any municipal entity in this county, and that's significant. And this is the payoff. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Marchese. I only can add to that all of those projects and the spaces that are completed are really truly living in 21st century. Despite the fact that a lot of those projects were remodeling projects and only part were additions, the one thing that we are making sure especially when we're analyzing remodel versus new, is that the end product actually takes us to the 21st century and they really respond to the current needs.
All right, so Director Ellis.
It's really cool to see all the pictures and know that I've been in every single one of those buildings, sort of like the before, the in between, and then like the completed projects. I have just a couple of thoughts. We're not saying like the end product is not exactly what we wanted it to be. It was sort of the process of how we got here, right? And trying to make sure that that is something that is more understandable, not only to the community, but process for the board as well, as we have to make these decisions. Again, like it was amazing to remember going into Humboldt as a high school student. And going into Humboldt right now, I showed a picture of Humboldt to a graduate. And he goes, "That's not my high school." And I'm like, "Yeah, it is. That's Humboldt." And he just didn't believe me. And so I think that this is not just transformative for the district, this is transformative for the community as well. And that we are making these sort of impacts and changes into the community as a whole. And so I appreciate all the work that's been done. I hope going forward that as we're trying to figure out if it makes more sense to remodel or build new, that we're also taking into consideration that currently where we sit isn't a place that we've been before. We are currently in the midst of a pandemic, and the decisions that we make going forward may be for maybe less students in this district with the hope of getting more, but like, who are we building for and how we're building, and what decisions are we making to help us determine what needs to be here and building for the future of St. Paul. So I am really proud of the work that's been done. I have said, and I know that there have been lots of things said about the facilities master plan, and going forward with SPPS builds, like, I'm not going to apologize for the spaces because our kids absolutely deserve them, but we can be better in process, and that absolutely needs to happen going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Ellis. Chair Foster.
Thank you, and I won't repeat things. What I will recommend is to fellow board members, as you're able to get in buildings, talk to students and staff in those remodeled buildings. Listen to what they say, how it's made them feel, how it's changed perspectives or the way they've been able to engage in their education. And I will just echo Director Ellis a lot. And, we are making these decisions for students and staff to have world-class education in our district. We are doing it responsibly and fiscally within and transparently for our community and taxpayers in St. Paul.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Director Broderick.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the comments by my fellow board members. Before I ask my specific questions, I'd like to point out that, with the exception of myself, there's nobody on this current board, including the superintendent, who was present when we embarked on a new and tremendously ambitious facilities master plan in April of 2014. I can't express to you the degree of excitement in the room when we took this momentous and gigantic step toward facilities equity for our inner city kids. Many of you have heard me talk about this over and over again. What I personally and what we all want for kids who live in St. Paul. And it is a question of equity. For me personally, as a graduate of St. Paul Public Schools, a parent of two proud graduates of St. Paul Public Schools, a teacher, a coach, and for the last 19 years, a member of the St. Paul Public School Board. I could not have been more happy back in April 2014 when we declared that we were going to make our school district, in terms of its infrastructure, what it should be. That move, I want to say, was long overdue, And I want to state that the administration and the staff members that made that initial presentation back in 2014 were showing incredible boldness and righteousness. And as I said, I was so happy to be a part of that. Unfortunately, many of our plans went terribly awry in the following years, and we found ourselves being questioned by the media, but more importantly, by our stakeholders and the public. And I'm not going to tonight go into examples of how mistrust was actually magnified by missteps in our own organization. Needless to say, however, that in the fall of 2019, we were forced to do what is embarrassing for any organization to do. We convened a third-party external team to review our process and our work on the FMP. And this launched a sad time for St. Paul Public Schools. I'll be leaving this board in December. And one of my greatest fears is that the board in 2022 and beyond will have to endure again the questioning and lack of faith that we went through during that year of 2018. That was a bad year for St. Paul Public Schools, and it was a tough year on the board. And it was a tough year on our relatively new superintendent. I will, in upcoming days, submit in writing a comprehensive and detailed list of questions to administration. And some of the questions, I felt I should wait until I heard the presentation tonight, because some of my questions that I had thought about ahead of time have already been answered, and I thank you for that. My only question tonight is a very simple, straightforward one. My question is how much the third-party review team was utilized in creating the new FMP plan. In particular, I know that we contracted with the Jacobs Consulting firm to assist us in formulating new plans and new processes and new procedures. I'm sure that that contract was for a considerable amount of money. And so my question tonight is a real simple one. How have we used the expertise of the Jacobs organization, and will we continue to use it? We, in 2019, in the fall, we made a decision, a straightforward decision by our administration to go to a third-party review team. And I want to really understand how those folks helped us and how they are going to continue to help us. Because the future of St. Paul Public Schools is on the line. Thank you very much for indulging me. And I would like a answer to the question about Jacobs. If you cannot answer it fully tonight, I would certainly take it later on. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, through the vice chair, Director Broderick. Let me take a stab at initially answering, and we are very fortunate. feel that the work that we were able to do with the external review team, I actually wasn't embarrassed at all. We actually learned a lot of things that that you see tonight are things that we have implemented in the plan. I think you might also know that last spring, as we were closing things out around the gate checks, those were also things that came forth in the plan. So as I instructed in the very first part of our presentation, that on each slide, and I don't know if Sarah, if you could kind of just go back and review, but there are at least 5 of the recommendations that external review team suggested that are in tonight's presentation. So we have, as the external review as a whole, they asked us and presented to be more transparent. We're doing that tonight. We're bringing forth information at the very beginning that all board members can see, as well as the public. We have provided full disclosure of all of the reviews, both the qualitative as well as the quantitative review. That's been given to you each individually, as well as collectively, as well as it's provided in the board packet. That was part of that review. To everything that is done and shared should be done publicly, should be done in the public format. We're doing that tonight. We're going to continue to do that throughout the project. The other thing that the review overarching, they asked us to have an improved process. Part of that improved process was to be able to remind both the board and the public along the way what projects were going to be presented, how we were going to pay for them, and wanted to make sure that we were in line with our timeline, as well as budget. That too was part of it. Here tonight, you may recall this gate point check, we actually started using this last spring. This was a direct recommendation from that review team that we begin to get the master planning process reviewed. So that's actually what we're going to be doing over the next couple meetings. So when we say the master planning 5-year plan, we're going to be bringing, if you can go back to that slide, Sarah. We're going to be bringing forth, that's what SPPS Builds is. That's the master planning, the program itself. The board is going to have an opportunity to vote that up or down in March at the BOE. We're actually going to be presenting that in at least 2 resolutions. One, we're going to be asking the board to take to approve the SPS Builds as a project, which will include the priorities. If this board chooses to include that, you would have included the direction of SPS Builds over the next 5 years, as well as you will have included improve how we will prioritize our buildings. The project charter was a recommendation directly from the review team that each and every single project should have a charter to it. That should include what was shared earlier by Kathy. That should include some of our earlier learnings of projects that we've done in the previously. That should also include timelines as well as costs of our regional vendors and contractors. We should align that with our financing. So this particular gate point check, again, each one of these gate point checks, one of the things that the review team reminded us and encouraged us to do and actually demanded that we need to do is to make sure that we're in line with budgets. So in each and every one of these reviews, the board will have an opportunity to see the budget that's assigned to that particular project, the budget that's assigned to the actual plan itself, and to see how we're on track with that. The other thing that the review team recommended is accountable. We need to be accountable to this board. We need to be accountable to our community. And we need to be accountable to each other. And that's what we are planning to do with the transparency of the dashboard, which was another recommendation that the review team make it public, put it out there on the website, make it clear for parents to understand, for board members to understand, for community to understand that what are the projects that you're choosing to fund, how are you funding those, what's the timeline, are you on time, are you not on time, are you on budget, are you not on budget. That is going to be an interactive, in real time dashboard. So at any time, the public, board, media can go and see school A
what are the parameters of that particular project, and ask questions if they choose to do so. What we will commit to doing is bringing back in March COB, the number of recommendations that the review team did bring forth. There were several of them. There were several of them that the facilities were specific to facilities. There were several of them that were specific to other departments, such as the finance department. So we were each area had several. I want to think there's probably nearly almost 30, between 30 and 40 recommendations that review team did. And we're well on our way to making sure that we meet those recommendations. Director Parent, I saw you came on. I didn't know if you wanted to add anything regarding the review team's work.
Chief Turner, you did, I think, a fantastic job summarizing it. The only piece that I would also highlight too is the updates to the school board that we've been sending once a month with progress updates of the work underway. That was also another specific recommendation from the external review. They're up on the website, and there is additional information there. But otherwise, Chief Turner, I think you did a wonderful job hitting all the highlights. Thank you.
And I'll close out by turning it over to Superintendent Gothard to round out our comments.
Yep, thank you. Tom, could I just ask a follow-up that the monthly checklists that we're putting on the website, are those what are going to be live updates as part of the dashboard?
Through the chair, Superintendent Gothard, they will contain a lot of the same information. There will be real-time current information that will be live and interactive on each individual project website and the program dashboard. But there's a static report that will get shared and archived with the board once a month.
Okay. And the only thing I was going to add for the whole board, thank you very much, Chief Turner, I appreciate that, is that the external review process, I remember speaking very clearly to the team and then to the board and then to the community that it was really three things that we were looking at. What can we learn? What can we adjust? And how can we continue? We've learned a great deal, since that review took place and even before. We've made adjustments. You've seen many of those and heard about them tonight. What we're going to ask you to do is help us continue. So we'll be bringing forth recommendations to you for that piece for us to continue. I really feel confident that we have achieved a great deal from that external review. I think we've been able to learn. I think we've been able to make some really good adjustments, and I think we have a process to continue. And I don't think that entire process is lost on us as well. I think it becomes a really good cycle for us to continue to learn and adjust as we go as well. And in doing so, again, being very transparent with you and with the community and making sure that you feel really good about the decisions that you've made and that you can hold me and hold our team accountable.
So Vice Chair Wu, I think that's all.
Could I respond just briefly? I think it sounds like, from what I'm hearing from Chief Turner and from Director Parent and from Superintendent Gothard, is that I'm being asked to wait till March until to get some of the specific questions that I have in terms of the future of the facilities master plan, and I think that's what I will be content to do. I do want to emphasize the fact that during those, if I may say, dark times, this board was actually accused by people of demonstrating poor governance and a lack of oversight. And so therefore, the kinds of things that we've been talking about, I think we have to make sure that when administration makes those explanations to the board, and we talk about things like gate checks, and now we've incorporated Visible City and pedals, and many of these things are very difficult for the public to understand, and for that matter, board members to understand. And so I would just, once again, as I'm ending my last year on the board, I want to make sure that this kind of communication between administration and the board is crystal clear so that no board again will be accused of poor governance and lack of oversight. And so, and I know I took a lot longer to say what I meant to say right now. And I will wait until March, and I will submit some questions between now and the Board of Education meeting in February, because I think I can honestly assume that everyone on this board wants to feel as well informed about this tremendous undertaking as we move along. And this is, you know, I mentioned 2022, 23, 24, 25. This is, we knew when we started back in April of 2014 that this was going to be a long range endeavor, but it was going to be a crusade for inner city kids to have the kind of facilities, or at least comparable facilities, to those that my grandsons played on and studied in the suburbs, and that, quite frankly, some of our private school kids enjoy today. And I'm reluctant to allow myself to sound like I'm such a altruistic old man, because I know everyone that I'm looking at on this screen feels the same way. We want to have what's best for our kids, but we also don't want to fall into the pitfalls that we fell into a few years ago. So take it for what it's worth, a warning from the senior man on the board, the senior person on the board, and a guy that's been involved in the St. Paul Public Schools since I started kindergarten at 4 years old in 1948. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Broderick. Seat Member Mulroney.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vu. There's been a lot of talk about process over the scope of this whole project. The entire process of this, like building procedures occurring. And as Director Broderick said, that began in April of 2014. Now, I'm having a little bit of a hard time speaking to that, since in April of 2014, I was in 5th grade, and I've only been on SEEB for a year, so I'm a little bit late to the party here. And as there has been alluded to, the district is looking to improve engagement with the public on things like this and improve transparency. And as mentioned, that was one of the things that the outside review groups were talking about. And it's being implemented through things like the dashboard and the various graphic design things that were meant to improve engagement and improve transparency so that the projects can be understood by the public and by the board. And from my experience as not having any idea what was going on until I looked at the board book and tried to figure it out today, I would urge the administration to improve that engagement more actively with the student body, because a lot of students are going to have they're going to be very loath to engage with something that's going to be moot for them, because they'll graduate or they'll be on to a different school by the time any actual changes are being made. And so I would encourage that, in the interest of more public engagement and having more input on how to effectively renovate and, if necessary, replace schools, and just in general make them better, that the administration make a concerted effort to reach out to students beyond just the more passive systems of the dashboard. I'm not denigrating those systems. They're very effective systems, but for groups such as the students, they may not quite do the job. And thank you, Director Vu, or Vice Chair Vu, apologies.
Sure, thank you for that, Seat Member Mulroney. Good feedback. My question is sort of similar to my question about distance virtual learning and in-person learning. now that we do have some upgraded schools, as a newer board member, I have a difficult time seeing the scope of the work that the facilities department is actually doing. On one hand, we still have to maintain operations of the district in the different buildings in the district. On the others, we're heading up these projects and making sure that they're done in a timely manner. So, my question is, are we giving some forethought into putting the same amount of effort into maintaining some of our older buildings as we are for some of these newer buildings? Like, I don't want two different districts where we have an upgraded facilities district and then a district that's still waiting to be upgraded. You, as a facilities department, can you give me the scope as to how if there is some cross collaboration going on between maintaining our district as a whole?
Director Parent, would you like to?
Absolutely. Vice Chair Vu, what a wonderful question. And this is something that we contend with on a daily basis within the facilities department. For us, I think I've shared with you our perspective of we are short-term stewards or long-term assets in the organization. So, for us, it's really about how are we taking that long view to make sure that we are making really meaningful progress across all of our buildings. Amy presented tonight, I think, a really great data point around our facilities condition assessment, which is about how are we tracking how our buildings are doing, and how is that informing the decisions we make, both large and small scale. That will manifest in terms of some of those big modernizations that you saw pictures of today, but it also translates into smaller things like parking lot replacements or roof replacements, boiler replacements. Some of that smaller grain work that's really about just making sure that our portfolio is operating. I think for us, it's always a balance. These things are large and expensive, and we try to be nimble with how we address them. I'll say that we took a major leap within the last 5 years of creating our own self-performing crews that were there to do larger scale work than day-to-day maintenance was able to do, that really substantively address the quality of our buildings. So that's a significant number of SPPS employees in our construction trades that are doing yeoman's work for the organization to make sure that we always have a quality portfolio across our buildings. We spend a lot of time trying to navigate the funding sources that come with bonds and levies for construction, general fund for maintenance, and those activities. Our goal is always to make sure that those things work in tandem. Some of the projects you saw this evening as completed work were things where we were spending inordinate amounts of time limping along systems that should have been replaced, decades ago. So how are we doing those in a way that help us understand what's the process that gives us the best learning environment possible for all kids? We're sensitive to the notion that we don't want to have a have and have not kind of experience within St. Paul Public Schools. It's great to be looking at some of this finished work, and I think Director Kopp hit it on the head with, there's a lot of communities that are excited to have that happen for them, and we want to be able to do that in as meaningful and as quickly a way as possible, while recognizing, our portfolio is $2.7 billion worth of construction, and we have to try to manage our resources and assets as efficiently as we can. It is an absolute constant struggle, and not one with a perfect line to walk. But I think we are always trying to be thoughtful and efficient with how we do it across our whole team. And tonight we may be focusing more on the large-scale capital program, but on the day-to-day maintenance and operations side, it's still front and center in our work. So I appreciate the question, even if I don't have a succinct and perfectly clear line as to how we try to navigate that, but it is such an important piece of our work. So thank you for it.
Thank you. Anybody else want to try to answer?
Through the Chair, Director, or Vice Chair Vu, I think what was helpful to know is that with the buildings that you saw there that Monica shared earlier, we don't forget about the buildings that are not being renovated. We continue to maintain our buildings. So those are some of the projects that you'll see around the windows, around the roofs, around changing up the flooring, doing some minor updates, so that all of our buildings, I think you also might recall in the presentation at Amy, basically as we did our assessment around the conditions of our building, our facilities condition assessment, it concluded we have good sound buildings. And the reason that we have good sound buildings, even though what our average building is was built in the 50s, was it, Director Parent? 50s. Our buildings are strong and they're sound and they're structurally good because we continue to maintain, and we don't. We use what you'll learn in the upcoming meetings, how we use different pots of money to build the support. So our long-term facilities maintenance money is used directly for those purposes of continuing to maintain our buildings and make sure that while we're building new or renovating, that we're continuing to have high-quality older buildings as well. So you will see more of that. How we it's masterfully done. How we're able to make sure that we continue to renovate as well as maintain, and we need to align all of those resources and funding. As you'll learn next month, that each pot of money comes with strings attached of what you can use that money on, how you can use it, and when you can use it. And so it is a pretty masterful alignment that we work together with the help of our finance consultant, Baker Tilly, as well as our finance department, to be able to align our projects. And that's part of what I think Director Broderick was also alluding to too, is we're going to need to continue to make sure that that's done well. And that's what this administration is committed to doing.
All right, thank you for that. I turn it to Superintendent Goddard for any closing remarks.
No, I appreciate it very much, Vice Chair Wu, members of the Facilities Department. Great job tonight, and thank you for all of your work to continue moving us forward. Board members, what I'd say to you is please do not wait to ask questions. None of them are too early in this process, and I think it can also help us bring forward relevant and timely information too. As you know, there is a sequence in how we do all this work, especially as it begins to align with the funding aspect of it. And meeting with Chief Schruel earlier this week, I know all too well this time of year how the timeline works for budget, for some of setting the process forward for the funding for those projects. So it's something we want to make sure that we're hitting, and that we have you have the relevant information to guide us in the best way possible. So please don't ever hesitate to send questions for facilities or for this presentation, or what you might expect in the future, so I can share it with the team at the appropriate point, and we can share it both with you and report it back to the board as a whole. So with that, again, I thank you, and I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair.
All right, so at this time, I'd like to go ahead and take a 15-minute break before we move forward with our agenda. The time right now is 7:48. You can go ahead and reconvene at 8:03.
for our future budget is Chief Financial Officer Marie Schrull. I'll turn it over to Marie.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Vice Chair Vu, members of the board, SEEB member Mulrooney, and members of the community that are with us this evening. Tonight, we will be presenting the fiscal year 22 budget guidelines, which include our revised instructional priorities that will be guiding us through the process for the budget. So thank you, Sarah, for bringing up the document. So each and every year, the Finance Department presents, before we start presenting to the board, budget updates and information around our planning of our budget, the budget guideline document. And what you see before you is a 2 to 3 page document that summarizes how the academics, operations, and finance teams will be putting together information jointly to present the budget over the next 4 months. And overarching the entire budget process is our strategic plan. And so before you, you see instructional priorities that are going to be the main focus for our fiscal year 21-22 budget, which includes systemic equity, the positive school and district culture, effective and culturally responsive instruction, and college and career paths. So you'll see the different initiatives there in the priorities that we will be focusing on within next year's budget. And those priorities, as we monitor them, we will also be reviewing additional long-term student outcomes as has been presented to you in previous strategic plan updates. Next slide, Sarah, or next page. So in preparing the budget calculations for this upcoming fiscal year 22, we will continue to use the budget model that we used last year, which was our priority-based budgeting model or method, which is overarching the Government Financial Officers Association. It's our priority-based budgeting. It has at least 13 steps, if not more. We've added some in between. And what it basically does is it puts us on a pathway to not only do a budget, but also look at different areas and embed the instructional priorities, confirm investments that the district is doing, but also to look at items that we are to sustain as a district, and then look at those for sustainability. One piece that the finance area will be adding in this year within phase 2 is a multi-year financial plan. The board will see that in an upcoming COB meeting in March. We will be showing you a 5-year multi-year plan. And with that, we will give you additional information on how that informs the budget and what that looks like in future years. And that will really start the beginning of the budget updates for the board. This is more the guidelines, the calculations this evening. What you'll see again on this document is how we prepare our revenue projections. We use a current law, unless we know differently from the legislature. We always start with our current law and add over the months. If we know different information, we will adjust. A budget's very dynamic over the months that we calculate and provide the board information. Expenditure projections, we also do assumptions for inflation, for COLA within salary, the cost of living. Also inflation within our non-salary items such as transportation, different areas of the budget. For enrollment, we will be utilizing the Office of REA. They provide the overall projections, and we utilize their projection that comes out late January, early February. And we utilize those projections to inform the budget for the fall. Average salary, we also use a average salary calculation for the school budgets as they prepare those in their toolkits. And fund balance, per board policy, we must maintain a 5% general fund minimum, 5% fund balance, and that's within the unassigned category. The district will continue to work toward increasing that percentage to 6% or greater. The district is around, it's projecting right now between that 5 and 5.5%. And the board will get an update sometime in March on our quarterly projections on where we are currently this year. School allocations, again, there's a criteria guide that we will continue to roll out and update with schools. That guide sets all of the allocations, and a lot of them are based on enrollment. Some are on the programming in different articulation at sites. And we continue to refine that guide, and it provides a lot of information on what the criteria is, what different programs receive, and how staffing is allocated. Next page. Non-school programs, they will be reported in 3 different categories: administration, district-wide support, and school support services. The last category there, the school support services, is really all the programs that, if they were allocated out to the schools, the majority of our district budget would be embedded out at the site level. We would only have maybe about 110 million left within the support categories as a district. A lot of the district-wide support is within areas that support, say, human resources, finance, your overarching programs that are doing work that is spread out. The school support services, think of that as transportation, MLL, special education, those large departments that do have FTEs allocated to the sites. Compiling the budget, again, we are under the guidance of the instructional priorities. Stakeholder input, as you can see, we are taking input from all of our different stakeholders and the development of the budget. This year is going to be a little bit more challenging with the way we can do engagement. And again, we are working on our different plans with engaging our schools at the moment, and we'll continue to give you updates. Our presentations, again, we'll present those in a preliminary budget document. You will have a summary, and you'll have analysis pages where you'll see the changes and how they impacted schools and programs. Fully financed budgets, those are otherwise known as grants. We will only be presenting in the adopted budget those that are $500,000 or greater. We have a lot of small grants that come in throughout the year. Those that we are aware of that are 500,000 or greater will be the ones that are presented in that final document. And then also our adopted budget document will include all of the other resources that are allocated to schools. That includes grants, special education. There's a report in there, wellness. We try to be all inclusive so you can see the full picture of what the sites receive. And then last but not least, the adopted budget. We will present a balanced budget to the board. And by statute, the budget must be approved no later than June 30th. And the reason for that is we must have a budget that is in place by July 1 in order for the district to continue operations. And again, you can see the website there. We will be posting multiple updates and budget information on our website. So with that concludes the budget guidelines for fiscal 22. And we will again, come March COB, we will be presenting not only that multi-year financial plan, but some information around our revenue projection and overall some of the information that we're starting down the road. We usually kick off a lot of our budget information in March, and our goal is this year to have the school allocations out sometime in April. This year is posing, again, a little bit of a challenge with how we're doing enrollment, and we'll continue to refine as we go. But I think we are in good shape as far as the process for the district to get a budget out to sites and programs. So with that, I will turn it back to Vice Chair Vu and open it up for questions.
Thank you, Chief Stroh. Let's go with Dr. Kopp. Can you start off?
Thank you. So just a couple things. So thanks for the presentation. And just, I remember one of the few things I remember doing in person last year, there were so few that they really stand out, was a budget event at 360 where it was like a community forum. And I remember there was a woman there who was doing the drawing as people were describing kind of their vision and their, like, the things that were important to them. And it was such a wonderful, it was a really well attended event. And I felt like it gave people an opportunity to really learn what the priority-based budgeting was all about. Will there be what kind of opportunities for the community to understand not just the budget guidelines here, but also that priority-based budgeting? What does that look like?
Thank you, Director Kopp. Right now, we're continuing to refine what those opportunities will be with our planning team, and I'll take your question and get back to you on what those opportunities will look like, and we can add those to our presentation for our budget.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think just in the virtual environment, there might even be more, if everyone's gone through all their whole, maybe they've gone through all their Netflix, maybe some budget training sessions or some, community engagement on that would be a great learning opportunity. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Kopp. Director Marchese?
Yes, thank you, Chief True, for the guidelines. I'm pleased to see us moving forward with the priority-based budget process. I know that that's something we've been wanting to continue to get off the ground and move forward with. And I know obviously COVID impacted the ability of the district to do that fully last year, for the last budget cycle, and this budget cycle gives us a chance to try to adapt at least to the reality that we've got. You know, can you, I know we're sort of at the high line level right now. What do you, though, I want to ask kind of what you think the impact of some of the federal funding and state funding will be if we think out to the next fiscal year, and how we factor that into our revenue projections as well as our expenditure calculations, since those aren't based on instructional priorities, but because of having to adapt to COVID, we're having either expenses that we need to recoup or expend and then recoup, or we're trying to think through, for example, other strategies that might be necessary to address our students' academic needs. For example, expanded use of summer learning, for example, which is normally not part of a formula that we get reimbursed, but we might need to think of resources to do that. So I'm asking a big question, but I'm just trying to sort of see if you can give us a little bit of a forecast, and maybe the superintendent and others can assist with that too.
Thank you, Director Marchese. Superintendent, if you'd like me to start, or Director Marchese, I think I've been living the CARES funding for almost a year now, and I've had that funding pretty close to my office door, because there's a lot of rules and regulations around the funding that I've been trying to keep at my fingertips, and some of the guidance around the next wave of funding also has some requirements around the accountability for the funding also. So what I can say is the requests that have been coming in from the different academic and operation areas, in which I've been meeting with individually to see what their needs are, not only currently through June, but out into the future, really do focus on the student learners, and very creative ways around meeting student needs. And what we're currently doing is building not only a 6-month plan, but then that year out. And what you have to do is not only embed that $22 million that we received in the ESSER Part 1, I'll call it, funding, but then that future allocation, which we are waiting on a final, basically a final certification of a number and some more guidance. That final allocation we will build into our budgeting process. But right now we are collecting that information from the different departments so that we can embed side by side with our general fund and other funding sources to kind of supplement what we need to add back in to our budget to continue supporting what we're doing, not only in our regular operations, but on top of COVID. So it's a challenge because there's a lot of reporting requirements, but we've got a team that I think we can cohesively do that with. And again, it's working together in understanding first and foremost what we need to do for our students and making sure their needs are met. And so that's very high on our priority list, and also phasing in those different areas as we go. And and not having one budget model. I won't ever believe in having one plan. We have multiple plans that we do scenarios with on our Hyperion system, even with enrollment. So just having, you know, that plan B and plan C that you can look at. So that's what I'll add. Superintendent, if you have anything to add to that.
Thank you, Marie. Director Marchese, one thing I'd add is, and this is past experience, and I know several on the team have lived it in other places too, you know, the CARES funding is going to be a substantial amount that's going to come our way over an extended period of time. And it is, in some senses, a one-time fund. So it's not meant to be used as part of your reoccurring or supplemental budget. It is really used for specific efforts, for, you know, added equipment like we're purchasing, technology. A number of our council district counterparts are spending millions on technology that they didn't have because it's the only way, you know, they have to get information to their students. For us, we have to think very creatively, as Marie was talking about, strategically and how we use these funds over time. Because here's what happens many times. You come into these one-time funds and you use them strategically for a very specific purpose. And guess what? It works. That's the really good thing. The hard thing is that it's not sustainable. You know, so it might be efforts, and I can think of dozens of them, or positions that are really aimed at providing services, whether it be tutoring or additional learning. And then all of a sudden that one-time funding goes away. So we've got to think very carefully about the extent to which, you know, we bring on some of those systems of supports into our budget, so that we understand that there's going to be a short, medium, and long-term strategy to this as it relates to both budget and the impact we want it to make.
I think that's absolutely right, that when you get one-time funding, part of the difficulty, and I know, as you said, Superintendent, you know, school districts are famous for getting grant funding or one-time funding that sort of gives you the shot in the arm, and then after 2, 3, or 5 years, whatever the interval of a grant, it goes away, and then the positions go away, and what happens to the initiative. So I appreciate that you're thinking about sort of the question of sustainability of whatever it is that you do. And so I'm wondering then, if you use the funding to sort of provide impulse power to sort of structural or strategic change that you're looking for, that doesn't necessarily require long-term investments as much as changes in practice or changes in one-time costs that you can then use recurring value out of. So technology is a perfect example where you can use that technology for a lifespan of time and then change practice to sort of align with the new technology. Obviously, you're not just getting it for the technology, you're getting it for the practice. But I also think the other part of it is for sort of more short-term needs that you need to address now or in the near future, that the funding would be helpful to do, and you need a pot of money to make it happen. You know, a lot of discussion, for example, is starting to go on around summer learning and the costs involved with summer learning as a recovery mechanism, as a way to extend instruction, and how we then fund that obviously isn't necessarily to make that a recurring program, although we may learn things out of it, but it is also to address what we're dealing with right now. So I'm curious how that thinking is going on.
Sure.
Well.
I'd love to pass the baton. I see Chief Wilcox-Harris. We've had these conversations, so
Sure.
Kate, why don't you share with the board
Sure.
some of those discussions?
Through the Vice Chair, I wanted to point out within the instructional priorities specifically, as an example, if you look at bullet 2, accelerating, and that's the language you're hearing around summer planning and around preparing and helping with interrupted learning and interrupted teaching, accelerating full implementation of the pre-K math model and the pre-K literacy model. Last month, Dr. Che and I brought you evidence of how we are having a struggle to meet all students read by 3rd grade, and we're having some struggles in our mathematics. Those are 2 areas where if we can accelerate the learning and invest there, of course, this is backwards mapping, right? We know that if we invest here, we're likely to reach our long-term student outcomes. And the other area that really struck when you were talking, Director Marchese, is bullet 5, identifying and implementing solutions to secondary scheduling, grading, credit or protecting credits, and challenges in terms of academic progress due to COVID-19. Again, very specific, and as you say, if we can crack that code and change the structure and get some pieces in place, we have a team that is working on that with teachers and principals. And that's not going to be necessarily something that will have long-term staffing costs, but a different way of doing business.
Great, thank you. That's helpful, and it's helpful to hear sort of the ways that you're thinking about it. And I think that over the next several months, it'll benefit the board to hear the tie-in between those efforts and then the fiscal budgeting and costs and where we're going to find the funding to support that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Marchese. Director Ellis?
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you, Chief Schrull.
Chair Foster? Chair Foster?
Thank you, Chief Schrull and the finance team. I don't have any questions at this time.
All right, Director Broderick?
No questions at this time.
Seat Member Mulrooney?
I also have no questions at this time.
All right, I do have a question. This is just gonna let you know that I'm a new board member. So we're planning for fiscal year 222, and it's the start of 221. So in the years past, I'm curious to know as to how what we've learned from the recent past year's budgeting, what we learned from that, and what is carried over into this year. And based on what we learned from 221, and maybe this is probably a question to Chief Schrull, what recommendations can you make for us as we move forward with 221, based on what we learned from, I'm sorry, for fiscal year 222, based on what we learned from the planning of fiscal year 221?
Thank you, Vice Chair Vu. I think first and foremost, this has been a really odd year to be in. So I think for anything, we can't look at the trend of last year and have it be our baseline. I think you have to look at a couple years and really for enrollment, I think we as a district need to be strategic in how we're projecting and going forward on enrollment, also looking ahead and really embracing the opportunities we have as far as a district with where we sit with our online and virtual opportunities. So I think there's from a budget perspective that is different. And I think this district is really well poised at embracing different opportunities for students, especially with the partnerships we have. I think from a revenue standpoint, I think the district has some different opportunities for being able to utilize some of the CARES funding to help, like the superintendent said, put in some supports and know that they're one time only, but they're also an opportunity to improve this district in what we do over time and really refine our process. And also look at the opportunities we have right now with our priorities and what we're investing in and look and see if some of those need to change. And I think that's where Chief Wilcox Harris and the expertise of academics and operations come in, and they look at what we're currently investing in and seeing if that's working. And that's where that whole outcomes and metrics come in. And that's what I've learned over time, and that's what I would continue to help push. And that's really the goal of priority-based budgeting is looking at your priorities, your strategic plan, investing where you're going to not only provide outcomes, but really put your district in a place where you're serving our customers, which are our students and our families, and also putting it in a place where we have fiscal health. And those are the goals that we strive in finance to achieve. And we believe in the strategic plan, and we want to support those efforts around our students and families.
All right. Superintendent Carter, would you like to provide any closing remarks?
No, just want to, again, this is the kind of the beginning stage. It doesn't seem like there's any beginning or end for the work that's done for the budget. There's always part of the cycle that's moving that feeds into the future segment of it. So we will be bringing forth to you in a regular way the formation of our FY22 budget. I think Chief Schul used the term of kind of a strange or odd year. It is going to be that. And let's add this to it as well. We're still waiting for our final CARES certified amount. And again, I don't know if we mentioned this, Marie, but that goes through the 22-23 school year, correct?
Correct. The second wave. Yeah.
So there is a little bit of a long-term plan with that is a little bit different than many times how we received the previous one with such a short window. But the other piece is there's a legislative session going on, and I've heard, questions about summer learning and that. Know that the governor has proposed using some of the state holdback CARES funding to fund school districts to do some of the summer learning as well. So everything that I heard tonight, clearly, board members, you're listening and observing, I think, what our state is seeing in terms of opportunities for recovery from the pandemic. And you'll hear the terms hold harmless a lot. I caution you and challenge you to really listen to what hold harmless means by the representatives, by the lawmakers, by advocates who use that, and understand that there are many different meanings to what hold harmless means. There are some who believe hold harmless means that, just take the number of students you had, we're going to fund you the same way. It means that we're going to look at some of the other entitlements that districts get, and we're going to, use an average of those numbers to give districts a little bit of a boost, knowing that they might foresee, loss in revenue in those ways. So there's a lot of different factors and variables that are all kind of coming to head at the same time that could very well be contingent on, what the legislative session and the bill that they end up passing in terms of the revenue that's coming our way. I know Mary and others, MSBA, have been sending out those updates. Please look into those and kind of look at what's being highlighted because there is a whole lot coming this year, with the federal funding along with passing a state biennium budget as well. I see that Director Ellis had a question. What would be the difference between summer school and summer learning? There would clearly be a distinction, correct? Was that related to budget, Director Ellis? I just want to be sure that we can capture that. If that's Vice Chair Vu, is it okay that we take this question?
Sure.
Okay.
So the question is, would there be a difference between summer school and summer learning? There would clearly be a distinction, correct?
So the reason that I'm asking is because you said, there would be funding and there's talk of funding for summer. And so and the way we've done summer school before and what we're talking about, what possibility we would do summer school going forward, there would be a very different like focus on summer school or summer learning. That's more sort of the question, how we're thinking about it as a district. But would this mean, because some of the money is one-time money, right? If we're doing it differently coming this summer, then the following summer would potentially be different too. And then how would planning for that, funding wise and staffing wise, work?
So the way I look at it is, Director Ellis, is that clearly we're going to continue to operate summer programs to the extent that we can. We know that last summer, obviously, that wasn't possible. Clearly, we hope that this summer it is. And so we want to be able to offer what we typically have in the past, but we also want to be able to do some very intense and accelerant type programs where we can really pinpoint on areas that we've determined are those that have been delayed or that have been subject to some of the pandemic on student growth. And we want to be able to address those in different ways. So it could look very different. A lot of summer school is and Chief Wilcox-Harris can talk about this too, with credit recovery. We may need more credit recovery opportunities for students based on the impacts of the pandemic. So, we plan, kind of based on what we've seen in the past. Well, it might look very different than the past, and we have to be ready for that. Kate, did you want to add anything?
Sure, through the Vice Chair, I did want to add that there is a large group that is reimagining summer learning, and you're absolutely right. Thank you for that question. It's looking at how we sort of have to do business to meet certain guideposts, but also looking at investment in acceleration again, accelerated learning. We're hearing directly from parents that they are demanding more safer and more equitable learning experience this summer. An investment in tutoring, looking at research that says that our own Dr. Gothard has challenged us to really reduce that student-teacher ratio to, as not quite 1-to-1, but thinking 3 or 5-to-1, what we could invest in to bring that teacher-student ratio very, very small. And Jackie and her team are meeting with us. We're also looking at some partners, both with the city, but also we have folks, our partners, broader partners that superintendent meets with, Generation Next and others who are interested in being alongside us as we expand the offerings, but also maintain engagement, right? We want to educate the mind, but you have to capture the heart. So we need to be engaging. I was on a call with the Council of Great City Schools today and learned that one of the districts is looking at band camp and other ways to bring students together, both for academic needs and also for the emotional and arts needs. So enriching and also catching up and providing time for students to get the essential learning that they may be lacking at this point. So it's a opportunity for us to bring to the board a very well laid out plan. I defer to the superintendent as to when that is, but this group is actively meeting and wrestling with what it means to do something really remarkable for our students and families that they're clamoring for and that we feel we owe them.
Thank you, Chief Wilcox-Harris. I'd like to also add that we monitor the funding because we have the ability to generate ALC revenue for summer school. It's been a bit of a challenge generating ALC revenue. As you know, last summer we had a little bit of a challenge doing that. But that's where that supplemental CARES funding will come in to help really support the programming, and also with whatever way we can report and generate potential ALC learner hours for the summer program.
Thank you. That answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Based on that conversation, I just kind of want to make one last go through with our board members. Director Kopp, did you have any questions to add on to that?
I don't. Thank you.
Director Marchese?
I do not. Thanks.
Chair Foster?
No, thank you.
Director Broderick?
No, thank you very much.
See Member Mulrooney?
No, thank you.
I didn't have any additional questions. All right, so now, next on the agenda is the policy update, weighted grades, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice Chair Vu, members of the board. Chief Baker is going to come on and share with us a policy that we are recommending to bring forward for the three-stage process. And tonight we'll just share a brief overview of that policy.
Can you see me?
Can't see you, we can hear you though.
Can you hear me? I apologize. Apparently, all of a sudden I'm having technical difficulties at the very end of the meeting. Well, I will go ahead and start. I do apologize. I'll work on this. And thanks, Dr. Gothard, Vice Chair Vu, members of the board, SEEB member Mulroney, and public. Thanks for waiting. Last but not least, we do have a new policy coming forward. And I just want to highlight a few things before I turn it over to my colleague, Director Darren Ginther in the Office of College and Career Readiness, that we met with the policy work group, and the policy work group is recommending that this policy comes before you tonight. The recommendation at the end of the presentation is for the policy to move forward to the 3-reading process. I do want to highlight that this weighted grades policy is different and should not be confused with the revisions to this current school year secondary grading practice for schools due to the impact of COVID. So these are two separate things. We will be able to answer questions on that, but ultimately I just want to make sure that people are not confused with that. This is something that we are technically already doing, and that we are trying to align our practice with making sure that it is aligned with your approval and policy. And so with that, I will turn it over to Director Darren Ginther.
Thank you, Chief Baker. Vice Chair Vu, members of the board, and SEEB member Mulroney. As Chief Baker mentioned, presenting a new policy regarding weighted or weighting grades in SCPS. And so this policy is going to meet the Post-Secondary Enrollment Option Act state statute, which is a requirement by law for us to have a policy around weighted grading, and basically declaring if we have weighted grades or not. The website reference in the statute where all weighted grades will be listed is going to be housed and maintained in the Office of Teaching and Learning's website. The intent is to have the policy go into effect and be fully implemented to meet the different components of the statute prior to the 21-22 school year. So over the next few months after the 3 readings, and it is approved. So according to staff working in our student information system, Infinite Campus, weighted grading has been around in St. Paul public schools for over 30 years. The weighted grading policy that we're looking to implement will state that SCPS offers weighted grading for college level coursework and other rigorous courses that are offered throughout the district. Weighted grades is part of the encouragement and incentives that students receive for taking these rigorous and challenging courses in St. Paul. There are some surrounding districts that do weighted grades, some that don't. One of the biggest counter narratives is, will it be if you don't have weighted grading, students may or may not challenge themselves based on, a fear of failing a course or getting a worse grade. So trying to provide that additional incentive to be a risk taker, to take those challenging courses we know our students can succeed in. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you'll see, previous slide, I'm sorry, Sarah. On this slide, you'll see the general statement of the policy. So under Section A, the wording of encourages is used to describe the school and district culture, the advising and support that students and families should be receiving to promote access and success in rigorous coursework. The wording allows us to create an educational experience that provides proportional access and success for all SPPS learners in weighted coursework. And that's something that we've been working on for a number of years. And recently, SEEB had a presentation back, I believe, in 2019 that I was a part of the planning and work with SEEB on that. Additionally, the policy describes programming available at a student's primary enrollment. This is inclusive of district-wide programs and future opportunities such as the supplemental courses that will be offered through the SPPS online school. So students access these district-wide programs while remaining enrolled at their primary school. So whether they're at Central, they would have access, or Highland or Humboldt or Harding, they would still have access to these district-wide programs that may have weighted grade courses in them. So under Section B, the policy is declaring we do use weighted grades. That's one of the key pieces of the statute, is you need to declare if you're going to have weighted grades or not. Section C goes on to describe the courses that qualify for weighted grades. So college level courses such as International Baccalaureate, IB, Advanced Placement, AP, concurrent enrollment, articulated college credits, and then PSEO or post-secondary enrollment options will all be weighted grades. Other courses that the district determines count for weighted grades will be listed on that website in the Office of Teaching and Learning that I described a little earlier. A collaboration between OTL, in particular the content leads and leadership, and OCCR will analyze courses that are weighted and ensure there is a consistent criteria and process to determine if a course should be weighted or not. Examples of some of the other courses that count for weighted grades are advanced level courses in things like art, music, career and technical education, and world languages. The next piece is on the impact on GPA. It's being multiplied by a factor of 1.25. The simplest, mathematical grade to represent this, at least, simplest for me, is looking at a grade of an A. So in an unweighted course, the GPA impact is 4.0 for a student that gets a 1 credit, 1 quarter course. In a weighted course, the GPA for an A is 5.0, which is 4 multiplied by the 1.25. So for any weighted grade course, the student's GPA will be impacted with that 1.25 multiplier and the number of credits the course is worth. In Section D, it's illustrating that if a student transfers to SPPS from another district with coursework we would deem as weighted, such as IB or AP coursework, we'll transfer those grades into our system as weighted. So if a student transfers in as a senior, they would transfer in any weighted courses that they had that would impact their GPA from that 9th, 10th, and 11th grade as they're entering into St. Paul schools. Next slide, please. And then the link on this slide will take you to the draft of the proposed language in the policy. And then, that gives the overall draft of where we're currently at. And as I explicitly stated, as you see the expects versus encourages, expects, I don't think takes into account personally the personalized nature of academic planning and academic coursework. A lot of the work that we're currently doing is on a 4-year course planner in our personal learning plan work and the work with our counselors as students are really planning for their future and thinking about the pathways for their career success that they would want to explore. And that's an ever-changing plan for students. But the biggest piece to me is, we're encouraging and we expect our staff to work with students and families to find that personalized academic plan that meets the needs and desires of each student and family. And at that point, next slide, please. We'll open it up to questions from the school board.
Vice Chair Vu, just to highlight before board members start to answer any questions, the recommendation is to move forward to the 3-reading process. We'd love to know input or any concerns and overall agreement to move forward, which would then, if it is agreed to tonight, would start during this month's Board of Education meeting.
Right, thank you for that. Director Kopp, go ahead and start with you.
Thank you. I just have one question, and then a comment. So does this policy change anything fundamentally for students or families at this point? Is this this is kind of a formalization of something we're already doing?
Sure. Chief Baker, would you like to take it or you want me to?
No,
okay. Through the Vice Chair, Director Kopp, it does not change. As we've said, weighted grading has been in place for over 30 years. It's really formalizing the process that we're currently doing in terms of weighted grades. With this, though, we've also been navigating through rigorous courses and what does it mean for it to be a rigorous course. So there's a lot of different pieces moving forward with this, but this is just to formalize current practices that are already existing to meet state statute.
Okay, thank you. And I think just kind of not exactly related to policy, but I know it's been an ongoing conversation about how we kind of invite and encourage more students to take and be supported to take rigorous academic courses, whether they're AP courses or they're college courses. And that's, I think I've heard it expressed that not all students have been encouraged to do that, and that we continue to work on expanding those opportunities. Just wanted to have a chance to share that, and thank you everyone for their work on this.
Thank you, Director Cobb. Dr. Marchese?
Thank you. We've discussed this in the policy work group, so most of my conversation has been in that venue. And I think, as Director Kopp's questions, suggested in the answers to them by Chief Baker and Director Ginther, this is to conform with the need that we have to meet statute. But I think the second part, and I think it's the thing that I think we want to sort of work on it substantively, is increasing the awareness of an enrollment in advanced courses by a broader base of students. We've raised this numerous times, and I know that's something that we've got as a kind of an agenda item for our strategic plan. So to the extent to which this formalizes what we need, but also provides encouragement to continue to make that outreach and to also address some of the disparities in who's enrolled in our courses as well.
Thank you, Director Marchese. Director Ellis?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ellis. Chair Foster?
Thank you. As Director Marchese says, we've gone through this a lot, but I do have some language questions on that section A. If you could pull that back up for me. Where the expected or change to encourage. I'm having concerns because in this section it says St. Paul Public Schools encourages all students to take rigorous coursework. When indeed the premises of we're putting some onus on students, and at the same time I'm having a juxtapose of we're supposed to be providing rigorous content to all of our students already. And I know we're talking about weighted, but when we look at this, again, I think we need to be consistent about what we are providing. And we are providing, if we're not there, you guys can say that, but that's the expectation from many of my colleagues, is that we, and family and community and SPBS, that we are already providing rigorous coursework, whether it be in IB or in core classes, and then including other programs. So I just question the language in this piece of this.
Through Vice Chair Vu, Chair Foster, and I'll definitely turn it over to my colleague, Director Ginther. What you bring up, we've definitely had some conversations. We discussed it internally. Also, that language was somewhat intentional, and I think that Director Ginther could provide some insight into some of the rationale of why that language and why that potential change, because having it crossed out has raised some eyebrows, and not knowing all of the context and what the rationale was behind it. So, oh, sorry, Chair Foster.
Okay, so also to clarify, this is putting the onus on the child to have more rigorous classes, and I'm getting back to it's the onus of us, the adults, the district instruction, to be providing rigorous instruction already in core, and additionally having opportunities for IB, AYP, PSEO, and other. When I read it, that's how I read it. Like, okay, the district's putting the responsibility on these students to take this. We have been talking on and on about our kids. We're going to provide rigorous for all kids. How we're going to be introducing kids to these other classes, AP, IB, all of that stuff. So that language there for me says I would like to know how you guys came to it.
Director.
We understand.
Through Vice Chair Vu, Director Foster, we did engage our building principals. I want to say it's a year and a half ago now, along this language, looking through the policy, proposed policy. You know, I think some of it goes back and got the feedback, and the group settled on. You know, I think each individual person may have a little different definition, and look at the wording as you said, because I think you bring up great points. Within this policy, if we use the language expects, and we're also talking about things like PSEO and concurrent enrollment, where there are external requirements that we don't have control over, it becomes a little challenging to tell a student, we expect you to take PSEO. With your point, the way I see the encourage is I would see a counselor, a teacher, a support staff working with a student and family, presenting the options, providing encouragement to enroll, with also allowing the student to be making, and the family to make the choice that they deem best for their education. And so that's where I hold that language. However, I go back and forth on what do we expect, what is the system we're creating and setting up for our students to be able to access and be successful in rigorous courses. And so within this policy, the rigorous courses is talking about the weighted grades. However, I do see your piece of all of our coursework should be challenging and rigorous for our children. Whether it's a core course, an English 9 versus a Composition 1 through St. Paul College.
Yeah, I want us to be able to say it and own it. St. Paul Public Schools provides rigorous coursework for all students, including blah, blah, blah. But that's, you know, in my head, that's where we should be. But if that's not where we're at, let's be honest. So, and I would just continue, I'll just have folks think about that.
Thanks, Chair. I guess through Vice Chair Vu, Chief Wilcox-Harris, did you want to add anything?
I did. What I hear this conversation talking about is the positive pressure that we can provide through our personalized learning plans and so forth. But we do have some success that we can build on, and we should be proud of that. And two of the areas are under Director Ginther's purview. And we've seen under his purview that specifically success rates for African-American students who are participating in dual credit programming or enrollments have completion rates of over 90%. And then we also see within Gateway College, we see Black, Brown, and ELL students attending Gateway College, completing college credits at rates far higher and frankly higher than their peers, their white peers. So these are the kinds of things when you speak, Director Foster, Chair Foster, about this, we know we have pockets of excellence. We know we have the right leadership. We need to continue with the positive pressure and own it. And as you say, talk about why it's hard, but keep building on our successes, because those are two very marked successes about our students.
I'm going to say thank you all for that. I just will continue to reiterate, as we all say, words really matter, and thinking about what meaning, how that transcends through all cultures in our districts. Thank you.
Chair Foster, Director Broderick.
I would just simply respond a little bit to Chair Foster's remark in terms of words do matter. And we as a board own this policy. And so consequently, if there are people on the board that think that we might need to do a little bit more wordsmithing prior to the final reading of this policy, I think we could actually do that. And I'll ask Chief of Staff Baker whether that would be possible for us to bring forth this policy in February, obviously this month, so we can get it rolling. But then we could indeed make a minor wordsmithing change, because I think that the point that Chair Foster is making and particularly when she said words matter. That's so important, and these are going to be our words. We make policy. And so, Chief of Staff Baker, am I barking up the wrong tree here, partner?
Through the Vice Chair, Director Broderick, no, you're right. The board creates policy. We definitely want the board to be comfortable with the policy language before it is approved. As Director Broderick also highlighted, that anytime during the 3-reading process, you reserve that right to make some changes, and that those changes would be presented during a Board of Education meeting. I do want to make sure that we loop in Director Ginther and really providing detailed information to board members on why this language was chosen. And again, our goal is to give you the information so you can make your decision. So that's what I would like to do. Is if I hear you correctly, it sounds like there may be a desire to do a little bit more wordsmithing. In that, I want to make sure that Director Ginther and staff are able to provide detailed information on why the information was put in this policy the way it was, and also the feedback that we received from building administrators from their perspective. And with that information, we can kind of move forward with any type of wordsmithing.
Yes, and I certainly didn't mean to suggest that we were trying to circumvent the work that Director Ginther and the rest of the people that have been doing this have done. And I know even as he talked a little bit about struggling over those words, even the difference between expect and encourage. I know I've been involved in policy long enough to know that I know the amount of effort and time that Director Ginther and his fellow staff people and all of you put into this. And so, but I think if there's still time for us to maybe do a little tweaking, and I think there is because of the way it's set up with the 3-reading process. So, because and you know what, I was sort of almost nodding off until Chair Foster said words matter, and you know what, words do matter. So thank you, Chair Foster, for keeping the old boy awake tonight.
Thank you, Director Broderick. Seat Member Mulrooney.
I have no questions.
Seat Member Mulrooney. I do have questions, not so much as to the proposed policy, but just provide me some context as to how we arrived here today. Just some main factors that led us to move to approve this policy, to move to the 3-reading process today.
Vice Chair Vu, again, I'll also defer to Director Ginther just to give you some insight. And we also have those policy group members here, your colleagues in this meeting, to also provide some perspectives. But this proposed policy actually could have come before you a lot earlier than this. This has been kind of tossed around in our policy work group. One of the concerns that we had was the timing of it, given what was going on with COVID and just so much uncertainty. We all of a sudden said that this isn't rising high enough in a level of to prioritize us bringing this before you. So we, over some months, actually have kind of pushed it out. We're getting to the point now where we would like to make sure that we are in accordance with state statute, number one. Number two, we want to make sure it also aligns with the new school year as well. We're already doing it, but we're getting to the point now where if we continue to keep pushing it out, it potentially isn't as helpful. And it's almost now with COVID, there's never a great time to bring it before you. So with the team and also with agreement from your fellow colleagues, we felt like now would be an okay time to move it forward. And also too, we've been doing this with, in general, a lot of our policies. We knew that you all needed to make other decisions that were more pressing than some of the things that we're about to bring before you, but we're getting to the point now where we need to continue to keep the operations of the district moving forward. And one of the things that Director Broderick highlighted, and I will reiterate, is that the board does policy. And so we have some things that are kind of in the hopper, so to speak, ready for you to approve. And so this is just one that we have ready to come forward. Director Ginther, did you want to add anything to that?
Thanks, Chief Baker. Vice Chair Vu, I would just add that this aligns to a lot of the different work, both policy and not, in terms of class rank that previously has gone on with our the SEEB work I mentioned with advanced coursework, looking at rigorous course waivers that are students getting a college course that counts for their high school. So there's been a lot of work been going on, and we're really trying to streamline what that looks like and getting back to, I think, some of the pieces that we talked about in terms of access and success in these courses to be proportional with the student population in St. Paul's schools has been a drive, and we really want to keep streamlining this so we can really analyze what are those specific courses, systems set up that we need to ensure creates that environment and system of proportionality of success in these rigorous courses that students can access.
Appreciate that, Darren. I think that answers my question. Superintendent Gothard, would you like to provide any closing remarks?
No, it just sounds like we are in fact going to be bringing this forward at our next board meeting, and obviously it is completely within your discretion to have further conversation about words, about context, about anything that you would like to see represented in this policy that we'll be looking for your approval in the near future. So thank you.
Okay, so with that said, I would move to approve moving this proposed policy to the 3-reading process, beginning with the February 23rd, 2021 regular meeting of the Board of Education.
Second by Broderick.
You jumped the gun there. That's fine though. The motion was seconded by Director Broderick. Vote please.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Marchese,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
and Director Broderick.
Yes.
All right, now we move to the adjournment piece of our meeting tonight. Is there anything else the board would like to add? Maybe start with Director Kopp.
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
Director Marchese?
No, thank you. I just want to acknowledge Vice Chair Vu that this is your first committee of the board meeting that you've successfully navigated. Kudos to you. So thanks for a well-done meeting.
Appreciate that, Director Marchese. Director Ellis?
It must be a Pisces thing, Director Marchese, because that's what I was going to say too. But well done on your first committee of the board marathon meeting. Let's hope that it's shorter next month. Well done, Vice Chair Vu. Nothing else to add.
Appreciate that, Director Ellis. Chair Foster?
I would just say thank you to everybody for presenting. And again, kudos thinking about the weighted grades. Again, just a shout out to our SEEB team for the research and work they did earlier on as they were working on some of their different goals. Director Ginther has been a kind of a champion of a lot of this stuff. So while I'll challenge you, I appreciate you in your role. And again, Director Vu, Vice Chair Vu, thank you very much for a very wonderful facilitated meeting this evening. So happy to be a colleague of yours.
Appreciate that, Chair Foster. Director Broderick?
Nothing to add other than the fact that I've been on a lot of different teams in my life, and I'm sure proud to be on this team. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Broderick. Seat Member Maroney?
I have nothing to add.
All right. Well, I appreciate everybody thanking me, but you know, I've been on this board long enough to know how to run these marathons. However, I know Steve Member Maroney doesn't necessarily, so I appreciate him sticking as long as he has with us. Superintendent Gothard, would you have anything, provide any closing remarks?
No, I just want to thank everyone for your continued support. As you can see, we're you know, in this present time working really hard, but we're thinking ahead as well. We've got a lot of great work ahead of us, and we're going to need your continued support to continue to work with us. So I thank you on behalf of all of our staff. And you know, it was great to hear our school reports tonight. So I hope that really continues to sit and rest with you, and know that your support of our work is really appreciated. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Superintendent Gothard. That concludes the Committee of the Board meeting for February 9th, 2021. As a reminder, our next regular meeting of the Board of Education will be on Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021, beginning at 6:05 p.m. and will be available via live streaming on the Board of Education website at www.svps.org/BOE or on St. Paul Cable Channel 16. Virtual public comment will begin at 5:30 p.m. As a reminder, a series of special meetings has been scheduled for Mondays at 5 p.m. through February 22nd, 2021. Please view the public notices website for more details. If there are cancellations for special meetings, they will be posted on the Board of Education website. We invite members of the community to submit public comment for the regular meetings of the Board of Education through, number one, leaving messages with the Board Secretary at sarah.dalkey@spps.org or at 612-434-1105 that will be compiled and distributed to board members. And we're sending email statements to the Board of Education email at sb.members@spps.org or submitting comments online via public comment input form at www.spps.org/BOE. As an update, a subcommittee met on January 11th to discuss live public comment. Board members approved the recommendation to proceed with virtual live public comment via phone or Microsoft Teams meeting with the February 23rd regular meeting. Members of the public may register for public comment by 1. Contacting the Board Secretary, Sarah Dalkey at sarah.dalkey@spps.org or 612-434-0011005. Sorry for that. Or submitting the public comment input at the input form at www.spps.org/BOE. The format for live public comment will be similar to the Truth and Taxation hearing format. Speakers will be provided a Microsoft Teams link to join via their computer or phone number to call to join the meeting. Public comments begin at 5:30 p.m. All right, with that, thank you, everyone. I motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second, Foster.
That was seconded by Chair Foster. Vote, please.
Director Vu?
Yes.
Director Kopp?
Yes.
Director Marchese?
Yes.
Director Ellis?
Yes.
Director Foster?
Yes.
And Director Broderick?
Yes.
The time is 9:17 p.m. and we are adjourned.
Good night, all.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.